Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Welcome everyone to the coach's desk. Yes, people, I'm your host, Coach Minzy, and we are here with another weekend's triple treat. How is everybody doing? I trust that you're doing well. I trust that you're doing okay. It's good to be here again. And while we're here, it's as a result of our lives being spared throughout another week. And hence the reason we're here. And of course, we're grateful, grateful. And I trust that, everybody else is in that mood, a grateful mood, because, yeah, we're here to talk sports, nevertheless, but yet still we can give thanks, right? Nothing is wrong with that. Many didn't make it through the last week, but it's kind of sad. People, I had a chat today, with one of the world's greatest sprinters. Yes, I had a chat with that person today, and definitely we will be dropping that video very soon. Very soon. So, big up to the sprinter who decided to show up on the coach's desk. Hey, people, we're making big moves, Yeah, man, big moves we're making. And don't know a thing setting up because we have to be doing what we have to do to ensure that you continue to get the quality content out there. And I must say big up to all the other uh local YouTubers, content creators you call them. They are doing a fabulous job and we really appreciate them. And I know the fans appreciate them because when you go over to one, you see the fans them over there. When you go over to the next one, you still see the fans over there. So big up to the fans. All right. So, yeah, people. We're up for a good time tonight. As you can see, are the Reggae Boys being victimized by their clubs, the UK Reggae Boys? Yeah. Are they being victimized? That's something we want to delve into this evening on the Triple Treat because, a whole lot of things happening. Players being ostracized for leaving their clubs, players being left on the bench, players that have not even gotten a minute since they have started to play for the Reggae Boys. And that is something that needs to be looked into. Yeah, it needs some serious investigation. Serious investigation. So, yeah, People, just remember the phone lines. You can call in. Uh 876-474-3538. That's the number. And I'm encouraging persons to go and check us out on other social media or other social media handle. We have the Instagram Coaches Desk. You can check us out over there. Yeah, man. So some of the things you can follow throughout the day when we post. So you can follow us on IG Coaches Desk, Facebook as well, Coaches Desk, Twitter, Coaches Desk as well. And we are on our road to 20,000 subscribers. Yeah, man, big up yourself. I really appreciate the support. You know what I mean? It has been overwhelming. Just coming in this thing, and persons decide that, hey, I'm gonna support this thing. Big up yourself. All right, let me check out the comment section because we want to get things up and running. Like I said, people, the phone line is open. You are free to call and discuss anything pertaining to the topic. All right, so Tevin Campbell, big up yourself and welcome, Tevin Campbell. Welcome to the show. We have Fresh God in the building. Fresh God is the comment moderator. He's the capo and manager of the comment section. Big up yourself, Fresh God. We see we have Jason Ferran, a member of the Erudite Squad in the building. Early settings. Welcome, Jason. Big up yourself. South Cry, what's up? Them English clubs are deliberately making it difficult for the players. You see what I'm talking about, South Cry? So we want to discuss that and see if we can put some pressure on these British clubs so that they would be able to release our player, mate. You know what I mean? Yeah. Can't have them a deal with the ball of them, so man. Not only releasing them, Soul Cry is a problem. One of the other challenges would be they are not given possible game time when they return. That is something we're going to be delving into as well. Fresh God is a big up the scholar, brother. Big up yourself, Fresh. That's what the thing said. One I ready to move. Mm-hmm. All right. How you doing, coach? Everything good? Yes, Outcry. Most things, giving thanks. Of course. CB in the building. Carol Beckford in the building. Happy Friday. Yeah, man. Hashtag give thanks. Definitely. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Carol Beckford. Yeah, man. Fresh God said, big up the silent Dexters and the ladies watching tonight. Of course, big up the ladies. And welcome to them. King Jav, give thanks and praise to the Most High for another triple treat weekend. And congrats, coach. Big up yourself, King Jav. Appreciate it, man. Mark, big up yourself, Mark Chambers. Claudine is saying, coach, love drops off without telling us anything. What are you talking about, Claudine? What are you talking about? Enlighten my darkness, Claudine, because I'm not understanding. Drop in what? You mean the Shelley and Fraser Price picture? All right. Ian Campbell, big up yourself and welcome the big boss. Lyndon Ellis, big up yourself and welcome. Soothing your soul. Kimar Roof is under pressure. Interesting. Welcome, Soothing your soul. Ian Campbell, yes, the UK players are being victimized by. Hey, Ian, easy. Jobless, welcome. Big up yourself. Sorry for that guy. Travis, big up yourself and welcome. Balakar, the building. What's up, Balakar? Big up yourself, man. Rolando Henry, the side look good on paper. Hope they put it to the test. Yeah, man. Welcome, Roland Henry. I'm alive. One time coach. Big up yourself. I'm alive. Yeah, so hold for notification of forward. Where am I in the comment? Okay, I got it. Yankney in the building. Big up yourself, Yankney. Check in. Phil Jones, coach. Think Ole come with him drunk driving too. Can I tell you, Phil Jones? Inconsistency at its best, right? All right, Kevin Bailey, big up and welcome. Fabian Brown, welcome and see my big up Balakar. Butters, big up yourself. Bronx, Melbourne Avenue. Bronx, big up the whole Bronx. Big up Boston Avenue to be specific. Yeah, man. Big up the whole Brooklyn. Big up Mount Vernon. Yeah. Queens, New York. Yeah, man. Bronx are our place in the Butters. So you know when we if things work out and we reach there, you know, we have to go link up in the Butters. So you say Bronx are there. White Plain Road. Yeah. Yeah, man. Tevin Campbell. I think FIFA should step in and the British club and ban the team. Yeah, something need for happen. Or Odin L, big up yourself. UK clubs are not treating our player right. Uh-huh. Phil Jones. I say professor. Yeah, man. I don't know. Professor in the building. Ron Davis. Big up yourself. Welcome. Ian Campbell. We need Kyle Walker Peters. The man was superb today for Southampton. Left back or right back. Him can play. JFF, wake up. Shit, me head. All right, people. Just remember to like up the live, people. That is how you sanitize. That is how you take your temperature to come in the coach's desk stadium. This is a coach's desk arena. This is a coach's desk stadium, people. I want everybody to be safe and sound. So do what you have to do. Hit the like button. Big up, coach, and congratulations on your academic achievement. Big up yourself, Shaquille Smith, and thanks much. Yeah, man, appreciate it. Um, Dre, boy, Leon disappoint me today. That me I hear no Dre. They on the road and some man I watch the game and I make me know what go on. Claudine H. You know, tell me what you thought about you know, when me drop Claudine. Ian, only 50% likes from those viewing. Really? Come on, people. Like up the live. Like up the live. Rob Smith, up coach. Congrats. Going to the. Yeah, man. I thought about. Of course, Rob Smith. Thank you very much. Um, Fabian Full, listen at the building. Welcome, Fabian Full. Ole record good against City. Let us see. Warren Webster, welcome, man. Big up yourself. Man City 3, Man U 1. Final score tomorrow. Okay. Rowan Taylor, congrats, coach, on your achievement again. All right, big up yourself and thanks. Brooklyn in the building. All right, Fabian Full, big up the Brooklyn people. Yeah, man. He wants to play for us, but Tapa don't want any more UK-born players. Romario Cohen, congratulations. Yes, man. Thank you very much, man. Big up yourself. Anthony Henry, respect our manners. What you got the agree for? What I got the agree for? Anthony Henry, I don't know. What is agree? What do I agree with? I don't understand. Where am I? Jobless. Toronto, big up yourself. Big up the whole Vancouver. Big up the whole Toronto in the building. Toronto. That's what they call it, right? They say Toronto. All right, Jobless. Big up yourself. Profound Ministry. Long time we don't see our ear from you, Profound. Big up yourself anyway, man. They say you're here pronouncing. Lots of blessing. Of course, we receive it and we accept it. Then a must, man. Fabian Brown is bigging up Bala Car. Big up yourself, Travis. Yeah, man. Thank you. Travis, yeah, I'm a big cause. Yeah? Jarvis Paris, big up yourself and welcome. Whoa, that gone a while ago. Um, big up coach and congrats on your achievement. Yeah, Keval, big up yourself and thank you. Welcome. Fabian Full, it's just Bailey first season. You'll be okay. Okay. Thoughts on Bailey performance today? Yes, it not so hot enough. Congratulations, coach. Great feat. Well done. Respect perform ministry and thank you. Okay, Anthony. Me kind of figured out what to do for that earlier. So I was just giving some trouble. Yeah, man. Um, for being at my yard, him used to live when him a play for Reno. And my baller friend, that good youth. It's a baller car, a good youth, Travis. Yeah, man, we know it's a baller car, a good youth. Me know Jason, I trouble me, I trouble him, man. Warren Webster, Claudine, big up, Travis, Ian, fresh. Hey, Warren coming from where? Hey, you know, say in a December we have to have greetings across the world. Cause I tell you, the amount of foreigners in the building. Mhm. Everton Jackson, I want to donate 10 bleacher tickets for the JA versus US game. The individuals have to prove they are fully vaccinated through the government app first. Then I will PayPal you the money for their tickets. People want to hear that? 10 bleachers ticket. Let me soon show on all the things that. So we are getting to that. So that comment then now leave off. Only way it leave off unless if a super chat come. CD, that famous athlete you met. Oh, hey, Claudine, me interview one athlete today, man. Yeah, man, I did an interview with an athlete today, and the athlete talk about things. But we not drop it yet for the weekend. Next week we're gonna drop it. Davian Savage, how are the Reggae Boys victimized by their clubs? What's going on? Soon talk about that. Them no want let them go to come and play because it's Jamaica. They say they're wasting their time. They're going on holiday trips or vacation. Eddie Guna, big up yourself and congrats to you to Bridging. I wanna deal with the thing over there now. Sports DTM. Big up. Eddie Guna. Yeah man, love the work, Bridging. And just continue. Never stop. Never quitting. Until we achieve victory. No. Yeah man. Yes man. Good youth. Jobless. Respect, Jobless. Thank you very much. Is Bailey back to full fitness? I would think so. She says CB not have nothing about him, bro. I was CB though. Sherman, big up yourself. World Clarendon Massive in the building. Baller car. Big up on yourself. People, if you don't follow me on IG, you don't need to go over there to follow. And if you don't follow me on Twitter, you need to go over there and do so pretty fast. Eddie Guna, Travis is something else. Coach is this. I Ricardo Scott, the ball I may attack. Okay, okay, okay. I see. Me late. Well on what me miss. Flex Supreme. Big up yourself, man. You don't miss nothing yet, man. We just run through the comments right now. O'Neill Erskine, big up yourself. Welcome. Anthony Henry, me can't bother with the Gov app. Yeah. A lot of people don't really like it now. What's up with this victimization issue and our boys? We soon tell them what go on. Well, basically in a nutshell, but I have some articles that I want to browse through. Basically, apparently it is difficult. Well, most of the clubs from what I'm hearing is saying that when it is international break, they're just coming to Jamaica to have like a vacation because Jamaica not making it to the World Cup and they're wasting their time making this journey. You know what I mean? So that's what they're saying. So some player when them go, them not get a game when them return. All of them things that happen profound. But coach, I was waiting to hear the chat with the mighty sprinter. Not tonight, South Cry. 6 points. That's we say. Big up all the ballers watching. Big up to all. Yeah, man. Big up. A big baller, Samba, we call him. Okay, so Samba sound like some Brazilian thing, Also, congrats on your degree. Big up yourself, Everton Jackson. Appreciate it. EPL not an easy league. Most of the German players struggle at first, but Bailey will be fine once the Villa team settles. Yeah, Wade. Big up yourself, Wade Nelson. O'Brien Richards. It is due to the current performance of the national teams that these clubs are deciding the fate and importance of our players. Yeah, that's true. But a man of him duty to perform. So we don't want to hear them something there. Eddie Goon, I'm gonna rate the man, no time. Be able to move from him, else him not going to make it bigger. Coach, how to get the government apps to verify that one is fully back. Me soon go treat Mark Chambers. Chris Smith, big up yourself. The clubs are protecting their players from discrimination and victimization from Tapa and his friends. Rob Smith, Butler cut last night after Primo sat say him nah start Bailey. What's that beer? Sure man, bless up. That beer Rob Smith. So wait, when Mkhitaryan gone for international duties for Armenia, I'm sure him no gone for holiday and them never qualify for a Euro or a World Cup. You see me I talk about Norton Morris. Big up on your degree. Well done. Big up Norton Morris. Thank you. Yeah, Paul Marriott. Big up yourself. Where's the Primo? Primo me yourself like did I thunder roll for and fire blaze it, touch them. Fully touch, buckle touch, all I touch them. Big up yourself, Primo. People on the subscribe to Mr. Primo Vision channel. Yeah? Just run on over there. If you have not subscribed yet, yeah man, Primo have some good thing going over there. Alex, big up yourself and welcome. Where am I? The comments are coming in quick and fast. Sounds like I'm way back. Alright, where am I? Need to highlight them so I can know. Oh, me move that comment. Oh my. Yeah, Primo, big up yourself, man. Big up, big up. Thanks. JFF need to report these English clubs to FIFA. They can? Rap Smith, big up. I'm just joking around. Is barely on form or what? It's a Rap Primo, man, I say, you're running Craig Butler. Look for what Travis I put up. Hey, Travis, our next other talking man and a business in man. 6 points, nothing less. All right. Wait, so if I show my vaccination card, I'm eligible for a free ticket. Yeah, just sign up and you get a free ticket. Big up, Neo. Thank you very much, brother. Big up, big up, big up, Neo. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You don't know a thing set. Joel Smith, welcome. Brown Man Security, big up yourself and welcome. Of course, we know you go. Yo, coach, what team you can EPL? You don't know that B Drew 2000, what a number that 20806. Virgin, a straight United we support over here, man. But you have some look at Chelsea man I run up in our stance, and so Arsenal man I run up in our stance. But a straight United, a Old Trafford there, me need to put up the background, the Old Trafford background. Hey Elaine, good night, welcome. Coach, I'm in class and night to the other students. Good interview with Maggie. Yes, man. Hey, people, I can't miss a shot and miss the Maggie interview, I can't believe. Can't believe. If Tapa wasn't the coach, they would be saying these things. Where's the pro? Jairus, bigger. Hey, no, 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 easy. Coach, just have just full and utter disrespect toward Jamaica. Look how much baller gone on international duties, and Jamaica they're high up the rankings, and them so them just not rate. Yeah, that's true. We don't like what going in that. So we are gonna blaze the talk to come on. Big up Prima Vision, standing ground on principle, folks. You mean? Nah, budge Prima, big up yourself on that. Coach, I love how you read in the comments. So answer this. Answer this. I love how you read in the comments. So answer this. What is the question? What North and Mars, what is the question? You say answer this. And look like it drop off I grid. Straight Old Trafford. You say Liverpool, bless up code 6 Man U I get tomorrow. Okay. Next question now. You say we're dead tomorrow. You have no help at Chelsea every time. Alright, Ilian, big up yourself, Ilian. You are female make you get to you know. Mm-hmm. Because you're female to get. Oh, you just subscribe. All right, big up yourself, man, and welcome. So, what can I name that? B Drew. Are your email address that you give out? So that's Blake. Blake, big up yourself and welcome to the coaches desk, man. All right, it's a Jairus a loyal soldier. We are colleagues, you know. You have some kind of like we're a doctor tonight. Hold on. All right. Coach Vin Blaine said Bailey was not special. Butler said Roof was disrespecting Bailey's number. Which one committed the bigger sin? Hey, me know the argument that come from in Norton. That I come from over one place road up. Ian Road. Right now, me don't know which one commit the bigger sin. I don't know. But me here say Vin Blaine said it in terms of a context. So probably I read into the things. So me don't know. Me don't want to get another look of political part of things there, man. Brazil suffers from club discrimination too. Maggie seem to be humble and want to work on his game. Yeah, man. Maggie a good youth. All right, since Sir Devon Porter a banter me there, Coach Devon Porter, the man say, Coach, take it easy. A high five. The man a drop, you know. How much on that team bring up? 5 and with 5 fingers each. So we get 15. No. It's pure racism. They've been doing it to the African nations for years, true? But the amount of greetings are going, me think are greetings across the world. When you say flex, I think are greetings across. When you say Linden, Manu straight. Chris. Yeah, man, Chris. Wesley Hall. Big up yourself, Wesley Hall in the building. When you say Manu around here fresh. Yeah, man. Old Trafford Stadium under there. Here, people. I hope Tapa watching the match between El Salvador versus Bolivia. He might learn a thing about them. El Salvador will be coming for 3 points. It's a Team Cataract. Bless up Lady Claudine. People, make sure now hit the like button, you know. United we stand, coach. Yes, man. Straight. We now switch. Arsenal for life. Watch change. Alright. People them are roll out. You guys have fallen a lot. Coach, be careful when you talk about Chelsea. We are roll hard from championship days. We don't have to run up into nothing. We are who we are. Hey, Profound Ministry, as we said last week on the review show, you know, people who are follow Chelsea in Jamaica, what do you then start follow Chelsea? Them are not die at the Chelsea supporter. Coach, me a Maggie interview and Clark. Yes, Broadman security. Yeah, man, and take piece of that thing. Me, I wonder if Broadman, you need to tell me if they give me credit, you know. You need to tell me if they give me credit for the interview. Me here So the man then take one excerpt out of it and deal with the thing in a brown man. But you tell me what go on, because I never listen it. With team get content, hope my Spurs season go well. All right. Manchester in Manchester, every ball of them want and still not going. Now on the bad Blakey. Derek, bro, it's straight money over here, but we need a new coach. Of course, we know that. Big up to Kyle. What's up, Kyle? Big up yourself, man. Remember to Shamar on the rise, top 5 league pending. Yeah, man. They would never did say it, man. Mm-hmm. All right, Fabian for Liverpool in the house. Big up yourself, man. Big up all of the EPL fan them in the house. Dave Carter, man, you only as a winning record versus Pep, so on the talk, so why Eddie? Me nah back pan Ole, you know. Ole sound like in Ghana, Mexico. Ole. All right, I want Liverpool fan. Oh, Liverpool. Coach, I'm cheering for Chelsea a long time, so not because I'm a female member. See, hope you're going to do track and field when champs start. All right, Ilian. Big up yourself. Me not have no comeback for that. Rockford, big up yourself. Big up, coach. Love the Maggie interview. Yeah, Wayne Evans, big up, man. Maggie did well, man. I know they don't big up, coach. Them do the same to Ryan. I know they don't big up, coach. Them do the same to Ryan. Okay. So that's what I think, set, man. Why coach supporting Man U? Bad choice, coach. Liverpool, my brother. Nah, not watching Liv, not supporting Liverpool. Oh, did I say fool? I mean Liverpool. Nah, everybody can support Liverpool. Man U is coach. But like explain that everyone in JFF are connected to a club. That they try to cap their players in internationals to meet the requirements for the English work permits in hopes of a transfer. That is telling, right, Neo? Hmm. Liverpool and Man U, two biggest clubs in England. That's a fact. All right, Travis, make them know I go on. Chelsea then just come. Arsenal them then the Arsenal in a third. Man City worse then just come. That's why we call them noisy neighbors, innit? You think we just call them noisy neighbors for nothing? That's one of the reasons we call them noisy neighbor because they make a lot of noise because they are big spenders. They spend a lot of money. They just coming up. We've been here toiling through the night. Coach, you're beating a dead horse in my. No, sir. The oppressor have to stand up for the oppressors. Ball have to stand firm. They'll be bright and early. Chano Star. Ah. West Ham 3 Liverpool 2. Me know Liverpool man, I not gonna agree with that, you know. I agree, we have some wagonists who get converted. Exactly. Because money spent on victory go on. Man City win by 4 tomorrow. You will never walk alone. All right, Claudine, go and show up. Lampard from that time. Okay. Dean Fraser, big up yourself. I say a team cataract. All right. Bowser go score tomorrow again, coach. All right, Balakar. One thing you know, left out your Bowser, you know, man. I wonder if Grant can get a move to one of a mainland European club. Yeah, cause them a deal with the ball are rough. Yeah, that's true. And we're gonna talk about that too. And we don't like what go on. Watch out, Travis come with him betting something. Coaches that's Manual 3, City 1, $2,000 is 80,000 pay out if end. Yeah, you just bet something there. Just banter coach. Manu is the next best. No man, we are the best man. South Korea. What you talk say? Liverpool at the class, if in the interview are not giving credit, you and Ryan, them need do the same, bro. Yeah, man, them borrow with interview, you know. But you know, I say be the real stay, you know. We're not really to follow up that. El Salvador is playing a friendly match against Bolivia right now, preparing for us. Mm. Tell them. We now follow up that. Hold on. Nobody don't want to call in tonight. What are your thoughts on Bailey last two performances? You know, I never watch a match though. FC. Coach, man, you all the way. Of course, Zach, big up yourself. So, here we go on there now, people. Why you think him not interested to play for Villa? Alright, here we go to people. I did say me I go do one video upon this and the time catch up on me and me never get to do it. So alright, so this is where you go. Man say Liverpool is insecure. Why they can't walk alone? Doping. Hey Pagan, now on the body though. Why Liverpool fan don't have no talk tonight? On the can't walk alone because I'm afraid of doping. Yeah, Neo, that's true. 1-1, big up yourself. Pagan, see Claudine says she got free for you right now because of what you said a while ago. Liverpool insecure. Liver insecure pool. Alright, people. So this is the era where you go on to, do the whole thing. So we'll see if we can go through it. Which number me for enter now? 876-474-3538. Then you click on I have read and agree to the policy, even though you don't read it. And you click I am not a robot. Then you request OTP. After you request it, it's supposed to come in your phone. All right. So you get a message. So I got the message for the number, the one-time password, 744887. And then I click verify. All right. So when I click verify, it brings me here. So you have Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, Home, Contact, Jamaica Football Federation. So at the top you have select a category, local, that's if you're in Jamaica, overseas reserve pool, support team, and so forth. So let's stay to local. All right, then you complete your. Who are you complete this form for? Most yourself. Your first name, you put in your first name, your last name, your date of birth, you enter your address, Select the parish that you're in, your gender. All right, so this is where it gets tricky now. In this section, you're gonna have to upload vaccine card outside image. So I guess you're gonna take a picture because it accepts JPEG photos. So you're gonna take the photo, put it onto your system or your phone if you're using your phone, and then you click browse. When you click browse, you touch the photo and you upload it. And you do the same thing with the inside section. Government ID also, you have to take a picture. If you scan it, it's not going to work. It doesn't accept PDF, right? So your government ID proof type. So you select the type of ID, whether passport, license, or voter's ID. Then you have to choose the photo or the copy of your license, the picture that you take. After which you submit. When you hit the submit button, you have to wait a little while for it to be validated. And from my knowledge, it takes up to 24 hours from what I was told by the personnel who deal with this app. And it doesn't even seem like an app, and they call it an app. But that's just it. So after you do all of that, you have to wait. Then you have to wait for a reference number. Now you cannot purchase ticket unless you are validated. So if you're validated, a matter of fact, if you don't have the vaccine before November 1, it don't make no sense. I think the system is gonna bump you off. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make no sense. You go on and try to sign up for that. Okay. So after you're gonna get your reference number, you're gonna come back to this site to do the purchase. I think the ticketing purchase will start tomorrow. Remember, if you purchase, if you go on and you're validated, you have to purchase the ticket within 48 hours. So when you purchase a ticket within that period, you will get your ticket. If you don't do it within that period, it will bump you off and you'll have to go again and do the process from scratch. And you don't want to wait another because I believe that these tickets will be selling like, hot bread. You know what I mean? It's a Rockford, Liverpool. Hey, Dave Carter, you hit us down, you kick us down, but guess what? We bounce right back. So we ain't going nowhere, man. Send the link in the chat. Oh, you want the link? All right. So I'm going to be sending the link in the chat. Good to know that persons want it. And people, Everton said that he will pay for 10 tickets. Once you're validated, you'll pay for 10 tickets. All right, there's the link, people. So Everton is saying is committing to pay for 10 tickets. Issa Allen, big up yourself. Why, coach, you're doing way more than JFF. Huh? I say things that, I hope they are selling like that. Unity is strength. That's why Liverpool is strong. Bailey appeared to be lost at some points in the game. Yeah, man, it's an easy process. So there's the link, people. Now, one thing I must tell you, if you're under the age, if you want to purchase for a minor, it cannot work. They are not accepting anyone that is under 18. 18 and over, based on the information I got. Also, you cannot purchase a ticket for someone. So what I mean is that I cannot purchase a ticket for a Fresh God. So if Fresh God, if I do the validating, I'm gonna buy the ticket, I'm gonna give somebody if you got a match, them all get turned back. So it don't make no sense them go. But if you want to give the money to the person and make them do the validation and all of these things, yes, it can be purchased that way. And just be reminded that the tickets, bleachers, $2,000, and the grandstand, 1,000 grandstands people, 7,700. Or Liverpool haters, you'll do all our talking on the field. Just ask Manchester United. Oh, insecure. Yeah, man, Liverpool in alone. Why Jamaican TV station don't support the team? I don't know. You know, KR. So apparently no one is going to be calling in tonight. So everybody understand the process. That is a nice, easy process, you know, people. Yeah, man, nothing too hard. All right, I want to get this thing on the board as well. A lot of things are happening, man, in terms of the ballers them not getting the support that they should get. When they should come and play for Jamaica. Yes. Why I just English club them a pre them way there. But me I gotta show you something. PayPal. People, if you are supposed to be getting if you want the ticket, Everton will be purchasing 10 tickets. Everton Jackson, let I put up his name. Coach, after the validation, I will PayPal you the money and you pay for them. You hear that, people? So once you want Everton to purchase a ticket, you link me on social media and I'll definitely write down your name so that we can, But remember, you have to validate, you have to show us your validation and all of these things. And we send on the phone so you can do purchase. All right. All right, Nia, you see that thing here? Say, look, Fresh God, how much likes we got? And we can drop the link right away, because we're not itching, because we don't hear no caller coming. Coach, please emphasize bleachers ticket, because that is only what I'll pay for. People don't hear that? He will pay for 10 bleachers ticket. Not 10 grandstand, no. Yeah, man, you have to make it absolutely clear, man. Jamaicans, we are dealing with it. A real talk. Yeah, man, me understand Everton. You have to make it true. Oh, this gonna. All right, look, I could get a call. People, good evening. We have a caller online. Go ahead, Alex.
Yes, coach. Good afternoon, people. It's Alex. I was watching. I was reading the Daily Extra the other day, and they were saying that they don't want Mikel Antonio to come fly 15,000 miles. I don't know if it's that's how much miles from England to Jamaica, but they say they don't want to fly 1,500 miles to Jamaica because they're not gonna make it to the World Cup, and they're in the no position to make it to the World Cup, and West Ham have a rigorous season. So why Mikel Antonio? Why they want Mikel Antonio? And even on the socials of Aston Villa fans, they don't want Liam Bale to left and come play for us. So I don't understand what's really going on. But if I see that Matty Cash, the right back that's going to play for Poland, they don't have no problem for Matty Cash to go play for Poland. But why when Liam Bailey or Mikel Antonio, those players come to play for Jamaica, they have a problem. So I don't understand what's really going on with these Premier League clubs. They did. I think FIFA needs to step in and deal with this coach because it's getting old to us. Even a daily saying that Mikel Antonio Jamaica make it into the World Cup and Mikel Antonio should not be here. So I don't understand that. I really don't understand that, coach. It really hurts me to see English club treating Jamaica, and you're not seeing that happening with the USA and Mexico or none of these clubs. But why Jamaica though? Really and truly, it's on Hammer News, by the way, coach. If I really have to correct myself, it's on Hammer News. So yeah,
on,
if you guys go on Google and type in Hammer News.
No, Alex, what you're saying is true, man. We have it on screen, man. The Matty Cash is making headlines in Poland, right?
Yes, and John McGinn's going to Scotland, and Liam Bailey, but everyone on Twitter, because Aston Villa posted the fixture with Liam Bailey playing against USA, and you hear the people man in the comments that say, "Oh, they know why you will Liam Bailey left? Why am I going left and Jamaica now qualify for World Cup? It's a waste of time." And Hammer News saying this too. A very credible West Ham blog page that posted. They say they don't want Mikel Antonio to come this trip, isn't it? So I don't understand what's going on. I don't really understand. Like, it's really boggling my eyes to see these people are treating my country so bad in a way which if their players left and go play for England, Scotland, Ireland, They don't have a problem with it. I don't understand. You know, fear is fear, coach, at the end of the day. You get my come from, I find it a blatant racist. It has to do with something racist at all. It really hurt my feelings. Even Andre Gray talked about it the other day, coach, that if the clubs don't have a problem to play for England, but you have a problem to play for Jamaica. Even the Luton Town coach have a problem with Maribel come play for Jamaica. Anthony Grant now getting a play time because he stopped with Jamaica. So what's the deal? What's going on? Why are you doing the players like this? The players don't make the decision of coming and playing for Jamaica, coach. They come because they want to go to World Cup and they have a chance to go to World Cup. So they feel like they don't have you as a club have a say. You're trying to tell them lies after they injury. You know what? Then come because you want a special doctor with them. Coach, we don't understand this. People are laughing and comment that say it's hurt my feelings. Obviously, it's hurt my feelings. Because now I'm to the other country, you know, I'm to the other CONCACAF something because you know recruit every like us. You get my come from? Now I'm to USA, because you know Chelsea are finding my ball out. So why Pulisic go? And Pulisic not fully fit right now. You get my come from? But when a man like Liam Moore come back and play 2 games and I'm fully fit, they want to send him. Me not understand that. You get my come from? It's really slackness. It's really slackness, coach Minzy, and we know these players are very vital to our campaign. But I feel like the reason why we have a slow starting campaign is, and I heard Prima Vision say the other day, it's some of the English clubs because if we had the players from the Mexico game and they playing for the Mexico game, there would have been a better chance in the table. I think that's too, coach, with restriction of how they don't want players to quarantine and this and that. I think that kind of messed us up, and the players that take time getting in farm and coming back. So it really hurt my feelings, coach. Fear is fear, coach. You get where I come from? I don't believe it have to do nothing with Tapper. Because people say Tapper problem and Tapper friend mentality. But why, if Tapper have been with a friend, then why would they pick Mikel Anton? Why would they pick Andre Gray? You get where I come from? So that's what I really want to know. You know, so yeah, coach, that's all I have to say still. Big up yourself and big up the subscribers them and big up everybody, you know?
Alright, big up Alex, respect.
Yeah.
Alright, that's Alex, people. So basically the point is that a young sensation, Matty Cash, he's making headlines in Poland, right? He recently applied for his citizenship and he get it. Now he's getting a call up from what this is saying. Matty Cash is coming to the Polish national team camp before matches against Andorra and Hungary in quick time. Yeah? So, and people are support this, right? People are supporting it. People are supporting it. But when it is a Leon Bailey, it is a problem. I don't know what is happening. So the Aston Villa people seem to be supporting the whole Matty Cash movements. But when it's Leon Bailey's time, a problem. Over at West Ham, hold on. Dapper. All right, so this is the other situation with Mikel Antonio. So what the Hammers are saying, the Hammers news. Mikel Antonio set for 15,000-mile round trip amid West Ham's busiest period of the season. So what essentially what they're saying, you know, West Ham has a very, very decent chance of making the Champions League, even though it's early days, you know, because you can't start well and the back end of the season you start, fall off. So really continue on the trajectory that you had made up. And even when Mikel Antonio wanted to play for Jamaica, the Iron Boss never want that to happen. You understand? So it's a situation, and I can understand the importance of a Mikel Antonio. See, I can understand the importance of a Mikel Antonio in the West Ham team. You understand? So Jamaica has great football product to a few thousand Jamaicans. Everybody likes winner. Football is performance results oriented. So why are we in our feelings? Let's all be realistic about all of this. It's a big risk for these players. Yes, it is a big risk for these players, and you know, John, I may agree with you on that, and that's why the people then to stop talk about the players they're not committed. You understand? Do not say that the English players are not committed. They take a huge risk to come and play for us. See, so much miles the man have to travel. 15,000 miles. And that a plane, and when plane a shot, you know. So how come you have some Jamaicans that are living here that are saying that the English players, the ones who come from over England, they aren't committed? That's a fallacy. And we should never buy that. It's a trap. They are already taking a risk. Look at Anthony Grant. The man is warming bench. The man is warming bench since him start playing for Reggae Boyz, you know. A bench man upon, you know. The man not playing a game, you know. So are you telling me that they are not committed and they are risking their spot in first team? And I'm not saying it is for everybody. But come on, people. All the haters of the UK players, beware. Beware. And worse, Mikel Antonio take care of himself this season and him a go on so. It's like every eye upon him now. No, Alex. Yes, what John I say in right, you know. But that's why me plug the comment up on the screen, you know. He must say, why we in our feelings? Why are the haters of the English-based players in their feelings, Janoi, when they come to play for the Reggae Boyz? That they're not committed. They look lackluster on the field. These are the happenings that can tell you that these players are committed. 15,000 miles. When them couldn't stay in London, when them couldn't stay whatever the place is, Birmingham, wherever. Come on, man. Full time for this xenophobic behavior to stop. And we want to address those people over there. Stop holding on upon the ball of them. Because you are allowing other countries' players to go. That's what I'm saying. Don't let equity be shared. Don't make it look like, don't allow it to look like one set of players are allowed to go on international duty. Every single player that plays in your league, they wish they could get a call up to play for their national team. However, some of them will never get a call up. So the ones that are going to get call up, you're going to blight their future? Come on, man. Clubs, think about it. When Grant was on the bench, Swindon were 14th in the league. They are now 5th. Hey, that have nothing to do with it, 1-1. The fact is that since the man started playing for Jamaica, the man now getting a game. Me now look on the whole statistics part of it now and I say why them in probably a bench. Man a key figure in them middle all of a sudden. How ironic is it? How coincidental is it 1-1? Exactly, Neil. Exactly. Now that the world turning the table on the English brain drain and exploitation, they are thumbing their nose on FIFA's rules. Club retaliation should be reported. Can't have the players them or something, man. You allow other teams to go, and some players are go to some European teams when now go make no World Cup either, and then still allow them to go and play. Come on, we ain't buying that. We buy genuine stuff. We don't buy knockoff. All right, O'Brien, you see that point where you make? And I did say that me can understand. You know why me can understand? Because investment. So what they need to do now, I think more so they have a problem with the risk of injury and the amount of money that they have to spend to take care of the players. So go in an agreement with the country. Once the player come and he's hurt, it is proven that he's hurt when he comes to play for the nation or any country, then the country should fit the bill. Or the player foot the bill. So the employee has nothing to do with it because you didn't get hurt while representing the club. That's what they need to do. And stop the foolishness. So if you're injured on international duty, you're on your own. You take care of yourself. I think that's one of the biggest problems they are struggling with, you know. The fatigue, the long journey, and all of these things. But if you ever tell me that Jamaica has no opportunity or chance to go to the World Cup, then why are we in the final round? And if that is the case, then there are other European countries that will never make it, and yet they have ballers that play for them. I feel like I want to rest my case, you know. Yeah, I feel like more rest the case. Because this is absolutely rubbish. And we should not accept these things. Can't accept it. And I know that they are making the investment, but they are making the investment. They are paying the players. Unlike they're doing free investment, the player giving their talent and they're playing for them. And they're paying them to play for them. So it's not like they're doing them a favor. The players they are taking a huge risk to come and play, which the club don't like. But it's all about representing a national team. Other players are doing it. Discrimination, of course. The problem I have with most of the English players are playing for Jamaica was not their first priority. Representing Jamaica is only a priority because they are discarded by England. That can be argued, Dapper Agent, but I understand what you're saying. But Dapper Agent, if your child is born or was born in America or wherever you are in the world, say for example America, right? Or Canada, you start to take him to football practice
You enroll him in an academy, and he's getting to do well, and he starts to, eyes starts to fall upon him. But there is like he's not getting a look in because there are other kids who are better than him. Would you know that you have the opportunity to play for the Jamaica? Would you stick around and try to make the England team, and you want your son to play international football? Of course not. But at the same time, if America came first, you'd have taken up the opportunity. So every child, every kid would want to play for the country that they were born in first. So I don't buy this discarded thing. I don't believe it. I cannot tell them not to want to play for England. That should be the highest on their agenda. Now, if they assess the situation and they realize that they can't play for the country of their birth, through heritage, which was made available by FIFA, you can play for another country of your birth, your paternal or your maternal, your heritage, basically. So I'm not to believe in this discarded thing, because at the same time, they would want to play for the country that they were born in first. Of course, Janoy, I remember Naira Nazareth. Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation. That's why I'm saying the club should go into some agreement with the country. That can be solved easily, Critical thinking. If the player can be, if it can be proven that the player was hurt representing the country, then the country will stand all the medical bill, or the players will stand the medical bill. If you really want to play back football, I mean, the clubs would lose. But how many times does a situation like that happen? How many English players would have come to play for Jamaica? English-born players. How many of them? You have a big database. How many of them get hurt like Naira Nosworthy? That's one in a million. So we can't use one case. That sample size is too small. You understand? These clubs know that at every international break, players will leave. It also happened to the African players. It is unfair. Of course it is. 15,000 miles, I'm a yard man, and that amount of travel distance would turn me off. Because you don't love the ball, so Mark Chambers. You don't love the ball like them, man, We go anywhere for go play ball. We go anywhere for go watch football. What you talk, so, man? You don't love the thing, man. Man, them they are professional, them play ball for a living. So turn off, no, sir. I wonder if FIFA are trying to cramp our chances to qualify for Qatar and future World Cups. Because if we're gonna go on good, we're gonna take them top talents. It would be bad if they are doing something like that, Flex Supreme. Man, have all clause where say you can't get certain benefits if you not play for England. Yeah. Only remittance is commitment. Ah boy, you see it hard. Listen, and I don't want you to get me wrong. The clubs are trying to protect their players. I'm not going to say investment. The player is like a barter system. The player I give you talent and you give him money for it, right? They can think of other ways to solve this issue of players leaving. And you see, if it was a widespread thing, we could understand, But you just a target Jamaica. Come on, man. We have burn a fire upon them clubs there. We are target Jamaicans and are not releasing the players. It was the captain and the coach of the national team who first brought up the commitment issue. Well, Wayne Thomas, me not to business who bring it up first. The fact it was brought up and it has spread. So we need to nip it. Grant was player of the season a couple of seasons back. Yeah. Papa called domino effect with his poor run of performance. He missed games due to isolating and the team performed better without him. They climbed the league. He's not hard done by. Okay, 1-1. You get what you're saying. See, a couple of seasons back is a long time. When I'm on yep, it's cold in the DMV, and it is just the beginning of November. How can Jamaica be the first preference when we do not have any rating in the world football and third world nations are known for corruption? Did we invest in any of these players' development? Virgin, third world known for corruption. That part of the thing that me want to know. John, which third world country get involved in a corruption where football is concerned? I want you to tell me. Enlighten my darkness. I may not understand that. Them do it to the Africans as well. People embrace the UK baller. They are here not for themselves, but they are part of a nation that believe in unity out of. Hey, you see all Andre Graham, yesterday the man said I found him at 25 match I come my club, you know. Come to Jamaica, you know. And it was just a hard process for him. And that's when he was younger. You know what I mean? Coach, that is a knockoff. That's Jabla. What is a knockoff? What is a knockoff, Owachi? Tell me. Me did say something about knockoff, you know, so I wonder if that's matter. Where am I with the comments? Yeah, man, them bias, man. I watching. Sometime. I won't know an art or respect, you know. And listen again, I am not saying that the club shouldn't try and protect the ballers. Try a different way. Do not hold back because that's a law of FIFA. Once it's international break and the player's not injured, release the player, free them up. Stop the foolishness. But yeah, travel much distance. Look at man. Sit down in first class, a good man. Go vacation and fun in the sun in Primo. That's asinine, Virgin. You know, accept that. The way we know the man them committed is knowing that it affect them pocket by not getting an extended contract. Jamaica go beat England when we meet in Qatar. Oh boy. Tito, big up yourself. Other nations are doing the same, but the same energy is not there like how they can bully Jamaica. Players must play for their national teams. Exactly. And me and Neo say with the rule, because Neo rule, man, you know. You under FIFA's rules, creating impediments to players going home for international duty should cause clubs to be fined. Benching players, threatening them, and subjecting them to ridicule are all breaches. Listen me, clubs. This is coming from FIFA. Listen me. Cut it out, or else they will usher you out. Local players only have one option. Easy to be loyal with one option. The coaches train them to play for England. I mean, you're part of an academy, you're going to get the first class training. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're being coached to play for England. Like I said before, once you're born in the country, you're going to try and play for the country of your birth. If it don't work out, good point, coach. Antonio is making his club a lot of money through gate receipts and merchandise, of course. You know how much money they declared hey, listen, man. Wunwun say I never wanted to play for England. So Wunwun, you're a baller? You never know Wunwun. You have to come on the coaches this panel, man. Like we interview you. Which tier you play in England? Talk to me, Wunwun. Yeah, I didn't believe it because some players genuinely choose to play for their second or even third choice. Yeah. We have to hold ourselves accountable and be realistic. Most of the players that are talking about were born and raised in their birth country and their development was fostered there. The English clubs don't want them to rep us in the first place because we are not a global powerhouse or good for commercial purposes. Props, they decide to rep us. If Toxic Low Blake was born in England, they would want to play for England first over Jamaica. Of course. That's the point I'm making. We are born on fire upon them tonight, man. No doubt. Travis, big up yourself. Qatar, big up yourself. Welcome.
Big up yourself, Menza.
Yeah,
Man.
coach.
Big up Qatar.
Yeah. Yeah, coach.
Yeah, man.
A blaze of fire, you know?
Yeah,
Glad to
man.
see a blaze of fire, car.
Yeah, man.
All right, let's say we talk to the judge, you know. Touch the program I come up. So if people them feel like them smarter than everything, you know. Cause I see how the weekend ago. I must say him said time in the on the phone with the coaches in a car I drive. Yeah, the coach I gotta tell the G. You know, say your name there on page 2 at the quad at the team sheet and it get left off.
A joking that, man.
Say, Gene, I'm done reach London already. It's all good. So man I go like say him now bench the man because them know the FIFA rules, you know. Them know the FIFA rules. I tell you when I hear my own ears because the G then I car I drive and the car come here. Oh, you know, say name that on page 2 and the team sheet and look like it never faxed through. So man said, no, I'm done already on the motorway king. You're good. And I come with it. Yeah, man, earlier and say it look like when you come to Jamaica as a vacation you come on. And then things they can't have a playpen. So that is what they look at it like. So they are being victimized. And it does cost the ballers more than 10 game. More than 10. More than that's 3 window now, don't. So about 15 game now. Multiply 15 by 5 grand. I see how much it costs granted. I remember say start the first 5 game, you know. Straight. And him come on as a substitute in the cup game. Right? So I think what they are trying to do, you know, is it's a 75 grand that gone. Pounds when I talk US dollars. So you could have matched that up that nearly reach 100K US. a match fee where the dog lose. But imagine now, if he wasn't a player that had been at Chelsea, had been a professional for nearly 17 plus years, and have him savings and him thing locked down, you see me? Suppose he was just a young youth, 20, 21. Him pocket couldn't withstand that.
Real talk, real talk.
Real talk. That's what I was just saying in the chat. It affect the man them in them pocket and some man behave like the man them not committed. Man them more than committed, brother.
But look at this question on the screen. Which is more important, the club or the national team?
Both team, both
That's
club
both
and country.
Yeah, both of them, man. But
That come a question.
That's a non-issue, man.
Let me hear about the thing with Grand, brother.
We just want to highlight showing how some of the people and think, you know?
Think, right?
When I hear the thing with Grand, I'm furious, brother, because when the man just coming on me, I check back some clips and I go watch the man side now. Can't see the man playing that team, so I say, I worry really I go on, so I say, brother, I'm furious. Come and say, no, sir. Because the man come play for Jamaica, this I reach the man. I tell you, I'm furious, brother, like, yeah, what I call me high. Even right now, I tell you, brother, I feel it. Come and say, there's no way a man can come and try representing country and I get so much fight in at this day and age. I tell you, brother. Hear me I talk right now, I tell you. Joke thing.
Go on, man. Equal rights.
Yeah, because for no say watcher, your livelihood I get hurt in the same space. All because you want to come and represent your nation.
Here the difference now. Say that England now, maybe the dog have a next year, 2 year leave now. When you do that now, you're gonna end up like Colin Kaepernick. Nobody now gonna touch you. If you run to say you sue them. But here the man smart this time. Here the man tell him same dep on the team sheet, but it never really did it. So if no break no rules. You understand? You wait till the dog but I reach home now. A London. Reach all the old Brixton there so. But I check out all the front line for check out and curry goat and thing and I call the dog and I say, yo, forward back for the game tomorrow. I said, dog, so just don't drive 200 miles, but you go. Who I drive 200 miles, come back. And for drive 200 miles, come back again to go to the airport Monday. So I styling, but they will do it on the craft. So you can't really sue them because they not really break a rule. You understand? Per se. But just in perspective in Jamaica, that do the today exchange rate at a 15.7 million Jamaican dollar. God, that could I buy me one product? 2 product.
Wicked money that cataract, man. That's true.
Could I buy 3 markets?
Could I buy a horse, man? We're proud of, man. That kind of proud of.
I buy house, a bush.
Hey,
well, you could have buy granny house at Portland. Real estate. No, but let's make some man know a 3 markets money that. I don't know, and a real thing. So when some man talk, that's why I say I get very, very deliberate on some guy. You understand? Because these are the real things that reach you when you say Jamaica. And then now some man go burn you out talk about you walking red car and you crackhead and you walk on the field. You think a man will lose 50 million if you walk at that?
Brother, me or a man said the other day, now watch a thing. Think a Marcus game, but he must say him did just get called and him go play World Cup. The man say him have a clause in him contract, brother. Representing England.
Yeah.
When I say no, say there's a clause in his contract. And when some of hide go get him passport and hide go get him documents to come play for Jamaica. Jaja.
Yeah. So near suffering. This we're not talking about the guaranteed money you get the salary. I'm gonna say I have a match fee, you know. And then I thought winning bonus and goal bonus, but I add them so I don't really score too much goals, right? But win bonus, you have win bonus will come there, so you lose all the bonuses and you're not in the match day squad. I'm say if you're in the squad but they're on the bench, you know, you still have to get your butter. But from in the squad, no butter. And that's why you just step on the regular little base pay where you get. You see.
But Cataract, Everton Jackson is saying the man they must have 15,000 miles. But is it really? He must have 5,000 miles.
Listen,
I must say,
4,568 miles from
no, dog. At the
England
slave trade, the man them a work out,
Kingston.
dog. At the slave trade, the man them a
4,568 miles.
sail to go Ghana, and then the man them a sail to come at Jamaica. And the sugar triangle, the man them a talk about. Do the
That's
maths.
the thing, man.
Yeah, because them
I
don't
know.
know the right way to come to Jamaica. Uncle slavery business them know about.
Right.
So that's the every business they know about. But here one would never come. So that's why I don't have to deal with them man. That's a grind.
Mm.
Yo, Chink, let me tell you something. When Grant got played in club, they were top of the league, promoted. Now them they're in the playoff place. So all your figures say them a play better without it. Them go up on a win streak. Yeah, but them still away in the playoff place. When Grant there, the club are fire in the last time they are league to a top of the league, them there. Straight up, win the league, running away.
The man get player of the season.
Player of the season
Tell the man.
in the league two, what you call the league 11.
Cataract, me tell you, a ball I'm watching up from the man them of Jamaican descent.
Yo, hold on, idiot man, when Grant was last in the league, I start for them. Them the top of the league and win the league. So what you talk about? And that matter is some man just come to eat the man, dog. If you have a thing, the man have a thing with the baby man, dog. Just keep that to yourself. No, you can't every day the man come for the man and deal with the man. Brother, hold on. Hold
on. If we are dealing with the thing away, Qatar, nobody stoop to certain level.
Yeah, we get sidetracked. What?
We are reasoning thing at a level, Bridging. You know why you're
level, yeah, man. Cataract, you get sidetracked too easily, Cataract, man.
agitated by what the man them are saying.
Hear me a say, coach.
Yeah.
Look on lifestyle. The man have a young baby. He never tell Jamaica say him now come to Jamaica through feed baby mother a breed and rear. You understand? Young child. Look at all those things. When you talk the facts, you have to put the facts on the table. When Grant was a starter for Swindon Town the last time in League 2, Swindon Town was top of the league. They won the league, no doubt. As a matter of fact, Swindon Town would have still been in League 1. 2 centre back injured, season-ending injury come January, and I think little after Valentine. A centre back the dog played for the whole of the last part of the season. Centre back. 5'10".
Yeah,
centre back. You understand? So you can't. You have to let the people know the facts. You have to let the people know the facts. No, but then I mean, Jaggy man come play for Jamaica. You know? Me never know so this would have reached man. Certain man there in England right now, them bank book can't take £75,000 each man. Because in a real life man will live in England can tell you, say, as coach said, that could buy a house in certain parts of England, like in our countryside, real estate, that could have invested in a thing there. And it won't be only him that it reach, because other players have gone back and been out of the squad. Other players, it has happened to other players. I heard Joel Grant gave the same experience about when they come to play for Jamaica. And when they go back, the man them say is a vacation in their plan and put him out of the squad. Who add up all of those monies? Who add up all of those? Who stood up and defend them? Nobody. More time man they step and reject.
But what I want to know is, as me hear the ball attack, What I want people to know is that the ball attack and the man I say from in the system and you play growing up. Like the man I make you know say, oh, it's like the man I say the man I deny even the eligibility for Jamaica. I say, yo, how you qualify for Jamaica? Like, that's one of the thing make the process take a lot longer. Because man, if you prove, say, them have Jamaican heritage through them mother, them father, because people that deny if you say, may I tell you, brother, even the whole system set up a way in which the man them get a fight. That's why one time when the Sterling did pick all England and they end up going Man City. If Sterling never pick England, we would get the buy there. Who do I make the money?
Well, that is true.
So that's why I said
But
to a man say if a man choose when Sterling chose England, me never really feel no way. Cause maybe they look at you and say, boy, I know say one whole of food. I know say a couple years from now when me left football, we have a food. You understand? So sometimes we have to look on them factor there.
all right. Coach, what I watched this week, I'm never too well, Cause so when the depth I go hard for the last 2 weeks, right? And I raise them topic there again. But the labor come and watch a documentary on Netflix called Colin Kaepernick in black and white. You understand? And when I saw the title of your show, I just finished watching the last 2 episodes, and I tell you about a baseball player who back in the 1930s, before Jackie Robinson, before Babe Ruth, him got to leave from where him there, Detroit, I think somewhere, and go to Philadelphia. And the man him say him can sign, but him have to tick off in the box ethnicity, say he's a white man. And he refused to do that. So him not deny himself. And him turn out coach to be a millionaire based off of art. Because him couldn't play baseball, him discover say he was a genius at art, at drawing. So sometimes you can't sell your soul. Look on Colin Kaepernick, him stay upon him knee. He pay the price. I don't think any other footballer pay a price like that. Because the money when the quarterback get in the NFL is monkey money to where a player like Grant would I get in a League One or League Two. You're talking millions of pounds or dollars each week for them on the contract work. But the same thing is being applied. You are trying to deny somebody, and the Jamaica Football Federation ought to take this up, but they don't really want themselves don't really want the British born players in the team. Otherwise, they're gonna take it up dark and bilious. That's how I see it. They should immediately. In a couple of weeks ago, me have to call. We have a link. Coach all, billions, when them there, it reached all them threaten the dogs, say, I can't slim contract, I've reached to Coach all billions and Coach all make 2 call, room. You understand? I saw you see the man come back on the bench. Because remember, some of them just go back, He made the NI team, none at all. And then about 2 games now, them put him on the bench. A coach all have to interview, make 2 call and say, yo, what's up? This affect, I think this is to show young players, not only grand situation, but the Andre Gray, the Mikel Antonios of this world, is to deter
And
other young stars from
I'm
coming to
wondering
play for Jamaica.
if it is trending now, Leon Bailey's part as well.
Yeah, the man them a laugh now. It soon a reach Bailey. It soon a gonna reach him.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I was reading an article where the Villa fans were going crazy. The Villa fans were going crazy about the man coming to play for his country. And he was an international before. They bought an international player. They never back. It's not like your grandson, your Ethan Pinnock and Andre Gray, where they have become, right? Yeah, man. Romeo Bearden. Yeah, man. Positive vibrations. Big up yourself. People for learn our history, a long time people are doing this stuff. Look here. I say this without apology. If the best players from around the world were to represent Jamaica, including those born on the rock, Jamaica would be an unstoppable force in football.
Yeah, real talk, Cataract, real talk.
And England know that.
Exactly. England, I give you the fight, Cataract. Big time.
Oh, but
Right?
really and truly though, how do we as a small nation really affect England in football?
All right.
Exactly. Exactly, coach.
So, coach, let me answer you. Outside of England, the next country in terms of the 4 tiers of football,
Jamaica have the most players.
Jamaica have the most players eligible to represent it after England. More than Scotland,
True.
more than
True,
Wales,
Cataract.
more than Ireland. I don't think you understand, coach. They say 1 in 5 player.
But
in 5 players
the best are
is
going
eligible
to be for England. The best are going to be
coach.
playing for England.
Coach, the best are playing for England. How much people England can pick? 23. Right now, you know, see Mason Greenwood situation.
Right.
Yeah, Mason Greenwood snub them right now, you know.
Mason Greenwood.
Yeah.
When I
whole game. Ben Godfrey. Those 3.
No, man. It reached Ben Godfrey. It reached Mason Greenwood. And the man of England to play San Antonio.
San Marino.
San Marino.
This is just a headline. Gareth Southgate defense Mason Greenwood, but questions Callum Hudson-Odoi after the peer rejected England for the international break amid interest from Ghana and Jamaica. So,
coach, when we come on this program, coach, and tell you, say, have a link, we say there's a player like Greenwood himself was more than a 50-50 chance to come play for Jamaica. Remember that? And some man
True, Cataract. I did say that.
And come and say, "Oh, yo, never 0%."
But Cataract, Mason Greenwood dad wanted him to play for Jamaica, you know.
The dad himself. Let me tell you how the pressures reach.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how the pressures reach you. Look at Wilfred Zaha.
Right.
Crystal Palace apply some pressure upon him till the man have to ask
withdraw from
Ivory Coast and say he have to reconsider his international future. What do you think that?
What kind of talk? But him can't play for England again, Cataract. Can't play too much international.
No, man, him about 17 international in play for Ivory Coast. He can't come up, but he might just retire from international football because the pressure from the club.
But I just talk about Cataract, so them do it to the African players, them too.
Yeah, man, African and Caribbean players.
In saying if you sign a player or you end up extend a contract. So I tell a man, say, yo, right now, it's a mentality thing. Even when the man them in the academy and grow, it's like the man make man them know, say, oh, you can't choose certain country like you couldn't choose a Nigeria or you can't choose a Jamaica. So I saw them think they said it's a mentality thing.
But Cataract, if you look at the game today, you know, Keenan Davis, Archer, we come on today for Villa. All of them can play for Jamaica.
Jacob Ramsey. And Jalen Ramsey, 2 brothers them.
2 brothers them can play for Jamaica. And Kyle Walker-Peters was excellent to them, man.
Well, coach, I'd like us to dedicate a part of the program speaking about what occurred today.
Yeah, man. We true.
Because
our
God.
Yeah, man. Kyle Walker have him in pocket, man. Watch the game.
Kyle Walker live in a
Villa half.
Opposition third. In a Villa
yeah,
half.
Man. And he was playing left back, Cataract.
So I would love to hear them on them.
Yeah, man. Bailey was non-existent to them. Then I gave him none at all. Everything off. Only good thing I see was doing do some track back and win back a ball. That's the only thing. But him look last.
See, a man I say it happened to Brazil recently. But
but what happened to Brazil, you know?
At the whole COVID thing and the red list thing and
Yeah, man. Them can't do with Brazil, some boss.
Right.
Only we as Jamaicans. Never try to do that too.
But the
'Cause
Brazil
England
thing-
fear win as far as I see it in the cataract. England fear win. And them realize a lot of them good players where them can't pick. Cause me tell us an instant cataract what happened. When Calvin Phillips was in Leeds, he was called along with Nathan Knight and Greenwood, and so make sure him pick them in his squad, to cap them, That's why him kept Greenwood, and Nathan Niles, Can you realize that Jamaica was onto those three players,
I think Coach Devon Porter will always admit that that's one time he spoke out of turn. Because if he never do that interview, they would have never know about the quiet work or would have gone round about.
Yeah, man, true.
They would have gone and they would have never known. And it would be a different revolution. But if you look at carefully what has happened, right? Brazil's situation is different. These are not English players born in England playing for Brazil. These are international players that these clubs have bought from Brazil and Argentina.
Yeah, boy, J. stay easy.
Right? This now, you're talking about British players who came based on the Windrush, because Windrush not done, Right? Generation. Come over there and fix railroad and clean toilet and them something there. Right? Work on a rail track. That's how most Jamaican they go up on the. My uncle work on a rail track. When you hold them rail in the winter, you get all frostbite and losing finger. You understand? Because even the gloves with them give you can't work. That's a reality. And
Coach, look what Jaron said. Look what Edward said it.
Yeah, I see it. That's how I put it up. Yeah.
Yeah. But we need Greenwood now, man, and Kyle Walker-Peters. I'm sure about them too.
Let me finish. And this generation that we have got now is based on a lot of sacrifice, a lot of man.
True.
Lose them limb. Man, people don't know about man dead. When all the train them lose, when the braking system and them are work on the railway and the train fail.
My grandfather,
go ahead, brother.
My grandfather drive train for years in England. Cause one time I go England in 1997 holidays. Cause my auntie them live right behind White Hart Lane, Spurs. I go watch Spurs and Aston Villa, In 1997, when I was 17. And another game there, Villa lose 3-2, to Spurs, And I game about the game, 3 black men scored at the game, Rule Fox score 1 for Spurs, and Chris Armstrong scored 2, and Dwight York scored 2 for Villa. Spurs win 3-2. My uncle-in-law and I way up in high stands. Can't figure out that as a 17-year-old. That's my one and only time I go to England. And my aunt them live right behind White Hart Lane at that time. I never get to go hybrid. But we go down there, go see where it is. My other aunt used to live in Edmonton, 33 Yorkshire Gardens.
Be a stabbing go on, Edmonton.
Yeah. Right. Back in the day. Yeah, man.
So people understand where this, and I'm a bit emotional about this, because when they even go off earlier, it's not a joke thing, brother. I've lived in England when we live in a riot. Where police, you had the Broadwater Farm riot, right? You had the Chalk Hill Estate riot there in the west. You had the Handsworth riot in a Birmingham. You had the Brixton riots. Because all of these injustices, and what they are doing is unfair. England cannot pay these players. Look at Ali Watkins. Look at Callum Wilson. They have no international career. Those 3 caps are 2 caps, but then give them
no more forget, man. No more forget.
Just time for you, them career, man.
All right. But Cataract, as I saying that, I same thing about to Tommy Abraham, And that's why them realize that Nigeria want him. That's why I see them run, come fling him in that team now. And they don't want him. They just use him. And they don't want Nigeria get him.
So coach may say, we only can talk about these players, Will the coach pick these players that we're talking about?
Which players? Andre Gray. Hold on, Alex. I know Kyle Walker-Peters are there. We are talking about Leon Bailey. We are talking about Andre Gray, we are talking about. Well, listen, Alex, you asked me a question and I answer. And we are talking about Mikel Antonio. What they might try to do so these players not come play for Jamaica because they might ostracize us because we are seemingly a small country.
All
But
right,
now,
man, understand.
Kyle
Man,
Walker
that's-
Peters is a different case.
No, them not say, I think person that said a while ago, we need to go off of Travis, but if you go off Kyle Walker Peters and Mason Greenwood, would the coach pick Mason Greenwood and would the coach pick Walker Peters? This is the thing. We can say we want these people, but will the coach want them in his system? Will they fit the coach system that he wants? That's the thing about it we need to look on. The top of the liar, so they not drop Alvarez Powell, I not go let only fish out that side. So this is this is we take accountability for, right?
If them players are declared for Jamaica and come at Jamaica tomorrow,
half United. Papa can't stop them. You have to pick them. Have to pick them.
Me I go out for the lima and say that too. Me I go out for the lima and say they have to get.
Have to pick.
Remember,
two players.
Coach means, are you sure?
Then we have an ordinary discussion. You're talking about players at the level of Mason Greenwood.
Greenwood and a Kyle Walker Peters.
He can pay his own way, come at Jamaica, and run on a training field, like embarrass the man. Remember, I said that's how Dion Burton got in the squad, you know. Dion Burton wasn't here. Hold on, man. Alex, we have an ordinary thing we're going to deal with. When Dion Burton came, the whole world has a Walter Boy that under the law. If you mention another forward, it was like blasphemy.
True.
In Jamaica, if you mention another forward, it's like saying that Allah is not the prophet. Muhammad is not himself. Man, don't want to hear about nobody. Chinsu, Pele Wilson, all of you, they did a weird back of God, even though the Samoans brought them around the squad so that they could rub shoulders, right? But
because it was around the under 23 team at that time.
Right. I just Nandy Low and Walter Boy. Jamaica want nothing else.
Well, if you have fun fact, you know, me have Chinsu, Pella Arnett got a t-shirt right on my closet.
Hold on, remember. I'm saying that when Dion Burton came, there was an uproar. But it's the fact that everybody, you see, at those times, you know, we used to go and watch training. We see what the man was doing in training. The man was a sharpshooter. And everybody said, no, this man after the another thing as the alternate forward and let him come and stamp himself as the starter.
But Qatar said they get player of the year, you know.
Yeah, man.
Footballer of the year, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just saying that take a Kyle Walker Peters. What happened today? What occurred today?
I tell you, man, was
that Kyle Walker Peters showed that as a left back, not his preferred position, you know, as a right-footed left back, he can lock down the best player, born Jamaican player, apart from Sterling. Bailey is the best, and him lock him down like a boy. Bailey lost the ball 21 times today.
But as you said, you guys merely put it on. You guys merely put it on Kyle Walker Peters, but I can't say that from my perspective of watching the game, because every time when Bailey had ball, there was double teaming, there was Ward Prowse and the other wing back is drawing in and a double teaming. He didn't have the space on the ball none time at all. They might double teaming Cataract.
So hold on, what I'm supposed to do?
That's what I'm trying to say. But you're gonna say that, but you're not say the other player will help Walker Peters out too. Come and see Bailey that Walker Peters. When I tell him in a game, say, nah, talk about that too, you know.
What, one time? He was dribbled past one time. One time in 90 minutes. Hold on, man. One time.
I'm saying to you, Cataract, in the game, there was double team him. There was somebody there to help Kyle Walker Peters defending Liam Bailey. You don't have any space. You could have taken that drive, got the byline to Kyle Walker Peters. No time at all. There was double team in Cataract.
Because modern teams,
you're gonna give all the credit to Kyle Walker.
All the credit to Walker Peters. Because when in a modern team, when the wing back goes up the flank, the CDM comes across and fill up that space. That is how Ward-Prowse get into this discussion and argument. Because Kyle Walker-Peters kept bombing up the left flank and Ward-Prowse had to come in. And then, listen, when they talk about double team, that was in the West Ham game, right? This game, there was not no whole for double team. This game, there was not no whole for double team from Bailey. In the West Ham game.
But hold on. You sure I watch on TV? Because me sure me that watch on the TV. I miss you for double team for the man Cataract. So me don't know where you tell me say he never world for double team. Because me I watch the game Cataract. When Ward-Prowse go when Walker-Peters go up the field, right? You said that a while ago. When he go up the field, right, Cataract?
Yes.
When they able to get the ball, Walker-Peters reach right back at his foot and Ward-Prowse slide come cross. And two of my double team. Watch the game, good man, Cataract. Watch the game now.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Everybody will know football. When you're talking about a flank, how many players defend the flank? 2 players. Your right midfield and your right fullback. And your right wing back and your right fullback, if that's how you play. But 2 players defend the flank. The man never know football, I can't tell you. Left side, same thing goes that way.
But the team never find out the league, so they can't left Liam build pace, because if you have pace, you go exploit them and go exploit the defense. They always double team in Cataract. Come on, you know see this Cataract? This is what Arsenal did in the last game, you know. And more than one game see them do it to him in the Cataract. Anytime you have the ball like foot Cataract, you see 2-3 man that come around him Cataract. You know, that's just a drive.
Hold on. The game show up on Rush TV in Jamaica, Rob Smith, and the game show on Sportsmax. I twice watched the game since there because I could not believe my eyes. I have to watch back the game replay. As a matter of fact, any man that have Sportsmax right now can tell you say the game I replay right now. I left my left foot the first half I come on coach's desk. So they try that with me.
You mean Rush, Cataract? You mean Rush? I suppose one
Rush. Show up on Rush.
Yeah.
A Rush repeat
Right?
one.
Rush.
Hold on. Cataract, if I want watch the game right now, I can take up my tablet and I can go Peacock. We have the premium account. We can watch the game.
Really did nothing in the game today, man. Nothing.
No, I agree. No, hold on. I agree with you, Travis. There's nothing in the game today now. But I'm saying to you, he got double team every time he get the ball. Because it's not left in no space. Give him
Yeah, but listen to Alex. Alex, when you're a top player now, you have skills, you know. And you have to create a space, you know. Because forward we play now, you have to take on people and dismiss them. I saw you do it. To me, today, Bailey was trying to play the ball too quickly, too much. I try to pass the ball.
But watch out, in an Everton game, they give him space.
Right. Yeah.
Space when you get to the Everton game. In an exploit them.
Yeah, but the next thing again today, so enough time in that second half, he was wide open and a big for the ball, and them bypass him and play ball on the left to Ramsey and Watkins. And enough time in free. And when he was on the right wing when they're going up in the second half.
So you're telling me that it was not Bailey's fault of why he played bad today. There's no man. Team collective, that's why they play bad.
No man.
Because
first half, Walker's have him in the pocket. In that first half.
I agree with you.
Completely.
I'm saying the guy called Mikembe. He never do nothing. They lose David Luiz, Douglas Luiz, the Brazilian.
No, Alex. He was playing good in the first half.
We kind of divert from the main
topic, right?
We have a reason and an argument. The one man talk, the next man talk. I can't hear the 2 man talk about that.
And where's Karen biking at the background?
What? I don't know at what time I curfew now. Let me say this to you. What we have seen, everybody here said Leon Bailey are God, the poster boy. And we have seen in the last 2 weeks 2 players who are eligible to play for Jamaica at right back, left back. Boss him and own him. Because Ben Johnson do the same thing to him.
True, in the West Ham game.
Both of those players are players in position where we need cover. I don't like say we want them. We need a right back like our dry peas need water. Okay, you man.
You're a bike.
No, man, my pit bull them are real earlier, but we put them on about. We need a right back like I never put whole heap of ratings for Kyle Walker Peters' name. You know, I tell you the God living truth. Come and watch him play against Leeds both games last year. All right. Wait. My head just there, James Justin. And my head there, the two youth where they are Crystal Palace. Because may I tell you, say Nathan Ferguson and Tyree Mitchell. Bad. And see, if Crystal Palace play Aston Villa and Tyreek Mitchell do the same thing to Bailey, we have to have a different show, coach. Because we have to have a show with name overhype. We have to have a show with name overhype. If Tyreek Mitchell, go ahead.
Is overhype.
No, listen what I'm saying. I'm saying if Tyreek Mitchell would be a third, if Tyreek Mitchell do it, if they play Brentford and Rico Henry do it, we are know that we have a problem.
We can talk about
simple
this
man.
person. We always can talk
No,
about
the man is not listening. You're not listening. I'm saying we have a problem with our star winger if he is being bossed by left backs and right backs in the Prem. Because remember, man just said my goal is to go score a 20 goal and tear up and done. And I said to everybody, you might be able to do it for a game or two. But in the Premier League, everybody watches game team. And everybody plans for you. Because I heard you say they double team the man like double teaming is a crime or a red card offense. It is a tactic.
No, I never
man
say,
like players like Messi and Ronaldo and all them, I'll triple team them get me here, man, in the chat.
Yeah, but
how much winger score a portion of goal in the Premier League? You only have like Ronaldo did a play winger and scored the 30th goal, and then I think Salah played from the flank.
Then see, look for Rafinha Amares. Rafinha Amares, them man, take on man and dash them and score.
Stop talking about Rafinha. You can't mention Rafinha. Winger in the Premier League. And two
We're going to share the conversation. Let's get back to where we are. Hold on, Alex, you take way up on a different diversion. See the man not talk, you can just mute because I hear some fun and thing. But we never
Mark, every time I mute you're on mute because your background makes some noise. That's why
nice.
No, it's fun, man. Yeah, say your piece. Big.
Unmute again.
Yeah, listen no man. Alex, a problem, you know. I beat up a man have the same conversation today. Are you Alex? You know, listen to Kataraka say. You have listened to your panel, I say, brother. You like it too persistent, you know? No go and do nothing, me I listen to the man. Cataract, what do you think, Cataract? Me I listen here, you're the right man for the thing here.
Big up. So I get back to the point and say, we have to be careful. And this is not the second best player go to the Premier League in Jamaica. At the man where we say, at the man, he has been built up in Genk and in this a club and got to Bundesliga, everything. This is the pride of Jamaica. And the truth be told, he's looking ordinary in the last two games. Well ordinary. Yeah. You know what? As a matter of fact, he's been blamed for causing a goal in the West Ham game. True. Man said no for tackle because it come halfway and half-hearted. Those things they don't accept. Remember, so the press don't know him, you know. They don't have nothing to say more than £25 million, you know. I must sit down and listen all the English program, then the analysis show, this a show. And he had right me here I point out the thing, you know. Say, boy, look for the man. And the wood, you know, the preview show today, them I go through the wars of Aston Villa's defending. And them highlight Bailey and the work that he's not doing defensively. When those things start happening, it's not a good thing. But I hope the dog can come to Jamaica, find a farm, catch back himself. But they want people and say the Premier League are different thing. Look for the youth, Kimani or whatever, will leave and Ghana something in the League 2. Where they're Cornwall College. You know what the man say?
The little brownie, yeah, me
The little
know.
boy, him say,
The little brownie there.
yeah, man, come on in. Right? Him say, there is nothing that prepare him in Jamaica for what he saw there. The pace of the game. League 2, you know, not Premier League, not League 1 or Champ. The League 2 pace of the game.
I be saying I Spain him the cataract. I be saying somewhere in Spain him there. Sorry for interrupt you.
No, man. If they're England in League 2 at Sutton United, a youth from Cornwall College, right? Him said
the Jamaican down the team, you know. They play that Sutton, you know.
The captain of Jamaica. The captain of Jamaica.
No, swim down for Sutton him a Jamaican. Listen, but him can't play for Jamaica, but I Sutton him there. Down on them side there. I know what Jamaica
Sutton. Craig Eastman is eligible to play for Jamaica.
One thing me want the man them say, because a lot of the man them probably.
Let me just finish that. Craig Eastman, for those who don't know, who's the captain of Sutton, came to Arsenal Academy, play for Arsenal in the Premier League. But sometimes you get a nasty injury, set back your career, and end up lower down. So I don't say the man. That's what we keep telling everybody. You know, it's not everybody in a League 2 a rocks footballer. You know. There are different reasons why man end up in a League 2. But in there with that club, Craig Eastman is a good defensive CDM, a good CDM. But me never when me did I bring Granty, him did still there non-league football. And this year something get promoted into League 2.
League 2 from the non-league come right up back to the Premier League. You have to work your way up after this come to the Premier League. And they've already come, the Water Square Premier League. I mean, they're England team and that. They live in England, you know. You see, you go and catch up. I like your interview, man. Now listen, you understand me.
Since a man that will live in England now can tell about the pressures where I know that easy place when you see a man get up and say, boy, they might turn him back on some money. The levels to get to there. That's why I'm gonna put respect on the man them here.
Well, on Cataract, give me a minute. Remember Clinton Morris, where we were come from back in the days there? Look at him. Look at him. Him turn him back for play for Ireland. And we say, yes, man, I play against Liverpool. I be so full of the plane one time now. But then back in the days, I say, yes, back in the days, you know. That's the Clinton. I look at all the next youth here. David Johnson. Look at him. The coach him never come back here for the service too tough. But remember that coach is this? David Johnson. You remember that brother like Cataract? Look where coach tell him, come score a couple over and play for him. Nobody remember him. David Johnson. And the man just turn him back for him with that Ipswich Town. I say, look there. Over the years, I get fight, you know. Over the years. Alex, say no do them things, Alex.
But no, all of them things. We can pull up articles of them things. So when I feel like I don't feel like I don't you have the history, none of wood. I have all the history. I can pull up my receipt and show everything.
Let me tell you something. We're printing a newspaper. We're printing a newspaper, Alex. A different something.
By your memory. Your memory bigger than the newspaper. I want to tell you, if newspaper can wash you, but when I brace can't left you.
But I try to tell you, say, me read up a lot of stuff too. Now I go and like some read up and stuff. I look up
Alex, me not think you man said that in a man does ask if you know. So he just say yes or no. He just asked me a Cataract a while ago about David Johnson. So yeah, I think it's so offensive, brother. Come on, man.
I said my man, well, I coach is this. I said my money man catch up today, you know. My money man out for this man's money to wear the glass. Same thing, I watch the program, I know watch the program, you know. A money man just done him matter about kid art, Taylor. Money man said, let me get the information. May I listen to them, Alex? May I listen to them?
Hold on, make we hear from Chris. Hold on, let me hear from Chris. Chris, what's up, man? Welcome. A long time with us here on here.
Yeah, man, I've been busy, you know. I've been really busy. Schoolboy football is coming up, so
I
kind of have to prepare myself, and you know, because I'm a part of the commentary team for Sportsmax, so I kind of have the research and do all of that. So I've been very busy. That's why I've not been here. I've been watching though. Of course, I've been watching. Big up Cataract as well. Alex, you know Alex from there when I was at Island Sports and I saw Alex there, so it is no surprise to me how Alex is as well. But I have been watching Kyle Walker-Peters from Tottenham days, and you know, I remember the very first time I recognized him when he got that hat trick of assists as that fullback for Tottenham, and people were kind of, you know, looking at him and seeing where he could go, but then he kind of dwindled down, and then he's now at Southampton. And yes, if you're the star of a team, you're going over to a new team from the Bundesliga, and they pay almost $30 million for you. I mean, it is going to be evident. It happens in all sports. That is a team sport. They're going to double team you. It happens in basketball, it happens in the NFL, and it happens in football too. So, and it's just that persons, and I do get both sides of the coin, because if you look at it from one perspective, Cataract is right. A lot of people are hyping up Leon Bailey to be this big star going over into the Premier League based on what he did in Genk. Because remember, he was lighting up Genk for the Europa League. He went to Bundesliga, did fairly well, was in the running for Young Player of the Year, right? And people were saying that, all right, this youth will come and he's going to really be the star of Aston Villa's team. And that is not happening. He came off the bench for Everton and he did well, you know. In the couple minutes that he had, he came on and he did well. Everton had no answer for Leon Bailey coming off the bench against Everton. And yes, he said he kicked the ball toward and injured himself in the process. So you can look at it on that side, that it's just a couple games and he needs some adjustments to the league. But you can also look at the fact that persons are hyping up, and this is the problem that I have with a lot of people. And let me tell you, you see, media nowadays and fans nowadays, being a part of sports journalism, and Cataract must know, say, Simon tell him all the while, you see, being a part of sports journalism and the media is a hell of a thing when you get recognized a lot, because there's added pressure put on you, and the minute you don't perform, no matter if it's 1 game, 2 game, 3 game, 4 game, the minute you don't apply pressure or be the standout star as you touch, whether it's a new league or a new team, it's going to be a problem. And
Worst in England. Worst in
England. Because
England is
the biggest sports media house. When it comes to sports, especially football. England is the biggest one that people recognize, especially when it comes to football. And if you don't, if the English media criticize you, especially when you're a football star, then it's going to be problems. So,
Chris,
I think you just need to give him some time. But
Chris, I'm not going to take a time. I just want to make 2 points. One in the thing. I see Rob Smith saying 4 games, people 4 games. I will go easy upon Bailey. But we're ready to burn down Ethan Pinnock after 1 game for Jamaica.
Oh yes, Cataract.
Oh yes.
Oh,
yeah.
That is why I wanted to finish my point. That's why I wanted to finish my point.
God, Chris, great
So
man.
hold on, Chris, can I say one thing?
Hold on, Alex.
Hold on there, Alex.
Sports Max, wonderful. I want to just send 2 messages before I forget. The first message is to the pig watch boss. Invite him to come here, so.
Yeah, tell him to forward. Tell him to link.
They rub out him career. After the time, let me tell you something. You know, say coach say now watch YouTube, but you know say sports match watch YouTube. Cause from that day, we never see way back the pig watch there again. The man get all multicolor watch, but he never put on the pig watch again in his life. And number 2, number few. Could you ask him to bring more of the clubs that Jamaicans play for? I notice them bring League 2 and I bring Doncaster Rovers. Bring Swindon. Bring the club where Curtis still play for.
I will try my best.
So that
Cataract, you know, but I am all right, let me just give a synopsis. I will ask George to ask the man in charge, because I am somebody that is just a commentator. I don't work there full time. I actually work at Mellow TV, but I am a commentator for him. I can ask him to act, because to be honest, it is true. And when you look at a lot of these when you look at a lot of these teams, Cataract, a lot of these teams that these Jamaicans are playing for, nobody don't know them. And I think that is why I say media has a lot to do with who you know and who you don't know. Because I am sure if we were showing more Blackpool games, we'd know about Kevin Stewart. A lot of people who are delving into football know say Kevin Stewart used to play for Liverpool, or Kevin Stewart is a good midfielder, a D mid player. Persons will know from Liverpool days. But what happened to the persons who are getting to know these players? We would want to see more of the Swindon town where Anthony Grant plays for, Blackpool that Kevin Stewart plays for. So you would more have a lot of, you would more want to see a lot of these teams that these Reggae Boys or potential Reggae Boys play for. So sometimes you can build a relationship with these Reggae Boys through TV and through games. That's the reason why you bring these games, so that you can actually look and say, all right, well, this brother can play, this brother can play, this brother can do this brother can do that. Because you don't want to have players coming here and they'll be like, oh, well, who is that? Because a lot of people were shocked at how good Anthony Grant is. But to be honest, if they were watching Anthony Grant playing for Swindon Town, I don't think persons would have been as shocked as they are of how good Anthony Grant is playing. So I agree, Cataract. I do agree. But going back to the point that you made a very good point, saying that persons are willing to let go the fact that Leon Bailey plays 4 games. Listen, he plays 4 games, just give him a chance. But the other players from England that come down here, you give them 1 game and people cuss them out. And this is also another problem that we have. Why my mother tell me what's good for the geese is good for the gander. Criticize him. Either you're going to criticize Liam Bailey after 4 games, or you don't criticize the players that are playing for Jamaica after 1 game. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these players could have simply sat home and not answer the call to play for the black, green, and gold. And they still decided to put on them boots, come down here and represent the country, which a lot of people seem to forget.
Even though they know that they might be in problems with their club in terms of losing match fee and all of these things.
And that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. When you are missing time with your club and the club them big enough to go and you still go, and I hear a lot of people talking about, oh, this patriotism, one bag or something with the
nonsense.
Players. That's foolishness, because a lot of these players are risking playing time at their clubs respectively, and a lot of these players, we act like these players are playing for non-clubs or the clubs that are that Sunday league clubs. These guys are playing professional football. Brentford is top 10 with Brentford is top 10. Ethan Pinnock, persons are saying, is one of the main guys in that defensive line. You're talking about Mikel Antonio, who is a man that is in the attacking line for West Ham. Many persons see him as the main part of the attacking line. These are not just some Sunday league players that are playing. These are professional football players, and some of them are playing in Championship, League One, and the Premier League, and they're risking their time with their clubs to play for Jamaica. So I think it's either you go criticize Liam Bailey after 4 games, or you don't criticize the English player after 1 game.
All right. Let me read this super chat there from Shutter. Big up yourself, Shutter. I said big up coaches this on the fantastic Tariq Maggie interview. That's a super shot from Shutter. Big up. Big up to Witter Fitness in the building as well. Dre anyway, that big up yourself. Go ahead, Alex.
So
and please, gentlemen, if you're not, hold on, Alex. If you're not speaking, please mute your mic. Thank you. So we are hearing feedback.
I would have to say what if it's we as the fans are saying that the English players are not committed, and when we are the fans are saying segregation? Because what I have seen that time Maggie came out and said that there's nothing going on in the camp. The camp is perfectly fine. I don't know what else otherwise here or whatever, but I think we as fans have to play a big role in it too, of criticizing the fans and say the fans are like committed. But as I said again, how they're not committed, how they're not playing to the best of their ability. Because I agree with you, Leon Bailey. It goes for the same fairness is fairness. Definitely, I 100%, 110% agree that Liam Bailey is his first season's Premier, so I would give him time to get adapt. Just like how Tina Vernon and Kai Havertz get time to adapt in the Premier League. So we have to give him time to adapt. I never set up my mouth, Cataract. So must smile over this, so I never said out of my mouth personally that Liam Bailey is gonna come in the Premier League and boss it. I said that Liam Bailey is gonna come and it's gonna take time to grew into the Prem. What I'm saying though is that it's just 4 games. Give the guy time. Jack Grealish is not having a best season either. There's multiple players that are not having a good. Now you Ryan Sterling, in some sense, not even have a good season. So as I said, just give the guy time for advance. I think Liam Bailey will get it though. I think he definitely get it. The game where I come from, so I would give him time to adapt. But I think the coach is one of the problems though. Dean Smith, because everybody it. Every Aston Villa fans are saying Dean Smith out. So I think Dean Smith has to play in part there too. How you set up a team, how you want his team to play. So definitely 110%. I agree with your Chris Smith. Yeah. But that's all I have to say.
So
No,
coach,
I
hold
think
on,
that
like Chris,
yeah.
hold on, Chris, we can't ever. No, yeah, coach, Alex, we have to get a new haircut, brother. Cause may I look at the man, I look like His Excellency.
Mm. How's that funny? How we look at excellence? How we look at excellence?
No, no, brother, I have to get a new haircut.
All right.
You know
So
Anyways,
no, but it look
anyways,
like it was.
that
Me
that
see a video
that
with
just
Dollar, but just me see a video
you know,
on TikTok with His
that don't
Excellency
look
in our
that
track suit. And I
that
saw
don't
me say,
look
Alex, you have to
no
get a
brother.
new haircut, Alex. You have to get a new haircut. You have to change the haircut, brother. Cause
Boy.
you gonna end up like the man.
Anyways,
You know,
Qatar,
you
we
know,
not discuss Alex hairstyle on the show.
no,
What we have that.
Cataract.
I wanted to make one
Yeah,
one
go ahead,
um
Chris.
one correction. The reason why I wouldn't use Jack Grealish as a prime example is because Jack Grealish, I won't say he's a he's an world class player, but he's a great player. Proved it with Aston Villa in the Prem. So you can't necessarily use that comparing Liam Bailey. Remember, Liam Bailey is moving from an entire league. The teams that he jumped from are not within the same league. He went from Genk, which is in the Belgian Pro League, to Bayer Leverkusen, which is the Bundesliga in Germany, and he's now at Aston Villa, which is in the Premier League in England. So you can't necessarily use that as a prime example, right? And so I think that's the difference. But Jack Grealish has proven, because I mean, when the whole pandemic happened and they had to pause the league and restart it, and Jack Grealish played a big part towards the end of that season in getting Aston Villa over the hump and staying in the Prem. So I think that I do understand where you're going from moving one team to a next and trying to adjust, but we're talking about Leon Bailey coming from an entire league to the Prem, which is a whole different ball game, rather than a man that has proven himself on a team in the same league to a different system in the same league.
So Chris,
Chris, but
well,
want to Ryan Sterling, improve
No, let
himself
me
while
read the
in
super chat before. Alex, you're coming after then, Qatar. Big up to movements on this super chat. And there's a question coming in
but
from
coach,
Flex
where you
Supreme.
read for the black super catch?
No,
Coach,
me don't say
read
big him
the
up for
black
it.
super chat.
Me not read it. Me say big him up for his super chat. Flex Supreme is saying, so questions, we're only been here that the English team's holding back the players are the other Jamaican players in Europe are facing these issues when we have international duties? You see, we don't know. So we have to just talk about what we know, Flex Supreme. We have not heard of these other persons talking about holding back the players. So one of those
We're not
players would
seeing
have
any
to come out
problem.
and speak it.
Yeah, we're not
And
seeing that problem because the
yeah.
Jamaicans are coming no problem based on what we're seeing. Is the English players that we're hearing about. So unless those players come out and say, or people in Egypt, people in the US, in the USL not giving us the go ahead, or it's difficult to come to play international games, then we're not going to know. So it's the English players alone we're hearing about, which means that we're getting the impression that the Jamaican players, the Jamaican born players don't have any problems playing international football.
But Chris, I think the issue is, you see, as I said before, I don't know if you might agree, that when the clubs bought these players, they bought international players, right? And so there will be some expectation that they would go to international duties. In some of these cases, what we are talking about are players who have become internationals. Many of them we are talking about at the late end of their career, right? The Pinnocks, the Andre Grays, etc. And had the JFF not had that ridiculous quota policy, maybe we would have seen some of these players as youth internationals. And so the clubs would have known that they are international players. But on the other hand, I think the clubs are being disingenuous because they are quite happy to boast about their international players. Like Matty Cash is gone to play for Poland.
Mm-hmm.
Buendia and Martinez, they give him a SYM, and take up and lift up and gone and Argentina while the coach still attack. Them cut like what I see about the league and reach Argentina, and the coach still say, you don't know, all them gone because you can't stop them. So they have internationals, so they know how it is to operate with internationals. I think for the British clubs, they are deadly scared of the African Nations Cup. I mean, hear them start beg and say, boy, if man can't play all the New Year's Day match, because the African nation I think start the 10th or the 7th, so them just want to give them 5 days or so before, and really and truly them supposed to be released because a tournament is supposed to be released. I think the release is a lot earlier. To would give them like a week or so preparation. So I think it's all in a mix of things. But I can't move on. I think this program coach you put is excellent. I don't want us to divert from the social commentary.
Mm-hmm.
This is about black people in England, brother. Cause the man that have no problem with Matty Cash go play for Poland. None whatsoever. Him don't have no problem with Tyrone Mings a play for England. If England have a play a friendly against Japan and Japan, he have no problem for him take a 24-hour flight. The feeling of a lot of these people is that, oi mate, you play for the Queen. And we over there, we live in a coconut tree, and we just there in a hammock and sip pina colada and burn a big spliff all day. They don't understand that we have a footballing culture. And I'm telling you, they are also afraid, in my view. You see the fans. Me and him talk there. I'm going to talk there because like a 2 hour drive from Swindon. And I'm chat on the phone while I'm driving. And I say, yo, a different thing when you feel the fans, them, you know. A different thing when you feel the fans. And I remember say, I know they not play with 35,000, you know. I know they not play with 35,000. But one of the thing him reason with me and we are talking about, I say, when you pull on the jersey of Jamaica, and I said this before, coach, now, period, it's a may I put it in my words now, coming like your ancestors, your grandfather, your grandmother, everything that just come through your bones. There's a feeling when I'm saying can't describe. And he has played for about 10 clubs. There's a different meaning to it. It's a different energy. And when the last game I talked to him, I said, boy, I saw the team, bro, when we couldn't go live and the dancehall music a beat out of the speaker. None for them never know say I saw football go on in Jamaica. I don't really say it go on in England. They at the stadium and you drink some pint and eat we call it again pot pie or Yorkshire pudding and drink up a beer and them thing. You know, dancehall music I play on the big speaker at home. But those Ian I said to him, say, and he admit, there's a difference when you represent the people who you don't really know. Inside the Swindon, you really know them. Inside the Port Vale, 2 year move on, Crew Alexander. But these people who am I represent now are people who am I gonna know for your lifetime because he is a Jamaican. So for as long as you live, him say, me is that difference to be a hero, you know, and a legend in your own land. However you do, you know, we know some man sit down and wait for the one game when have a bad game, and a bad game will come. But I know for want to try and other players, we see them do it to pin up and roof when they have a first game and it off. But even when a man may say Speng down did I say boy we're forgetting that Bailey was injured. But we were ready to forget that when Pinnock came for the US game. He did come off a little injury.
And it's his first game.
And it was his first competitive game.
Mm-hmm.
He did play against US and friendly and he did come off a little ankle
injury. That one that
they
they talk about, Cataract. That one that they refer to, you know.
The Panama game.
No, the first game against US.
The first game against US.
When he get Joshua, them are refer to man.
Yeah, but look here. First of all, you fly in, you don't know the people in. You have one training session. Look, I want to make a point on that game. You see the players who play against each other that game because Mikel and Tony never did. A man will probably never like some man, you know, because they would have play against each other in the championship year in, year out and put on some tackle per man. And maybe Casey Palmer would have tackle Casey when Casey play for Bristol. Him and Leon Moore would have go up for a header during a corner kick when Liam play for Reading. He would have known Amari Bell them. All of these would have been rivals. None of the players them never come from the same club. And we put a bunch of rivals together for the first day with nothing. We're lucky we never. And the truth of the matter is it was what 2-1 when the Holy changes them did ring in. So I never.
But Cataract, hear this. And other people in the comment, those who are watching. Shatta is kind of mocking movements on that blank super chat. But I want to read this portion of the article that they are talking about Mikel Antonio, right? He's saying that Moyes faces an anxious couple of weeks for the November internationals after Antonio was confirmed in the Jamaica squad for a 15,000-mile round trip slap bang in the middle of the busiest period of West Ham season. Antonio will fly to El Salvador for a World Cup qualifier and then to Kingston, Jamaica for another game against the US 3 days later. He will then return to West Ham, who face a mammoth 12 games in 5 weeks. But the extra games for Jamaica, who realistically have absolutely no chance of qualifying for the World Cup, and 15,000 miles of traveling are far from ideal given West Ham's busy schedule in what could be a momentous season. To make matters worse, another trip is then on the horizon in January. And during that one, Antonio will have to play 3 games, including one in Panama. Nobody can say Antonio should not be able to play for his country. But between Gareth Southgate and West Ham striker, some poor decisions have been made regarding his international allegiance. You see how disrespectful these people are?
So here, man, I say,
I want to comment on that.
Well, all of you want to comment on that. The first one I want to say, what's the name of the writer, coach?
I want to know that too.
Because I want to have a special, because you know Jamaica, we are very nice people. I want
Cataract.
to know his name.
Manners to
But I want to say
Cataract.
one thing.
Manners
Hold on,
tonight. Cataract, please.
I want to send him up
Cataract,
Please.
cataract.
to the
Please,
moon.
I beg you.
I'm sending him up, coach.
No, if you are sending him
Moon.
to the moon, yeah, but we don't want the other send up where you think
But
right
I
now.
want to know, England most of the time I go World Cup and have a
No,
chance
I
to win the World Cup.
name. I want
Have a
no
chance.
name. Well, I'm going to catch his name.
I'm name, I try. Don't look
It's
like
a
him name.
one-way ticket me a give me now. Coach, they can't play with them, man. Coach, ever hear them, man?
But to be honest,
Hold on. Let me ask you, Chris. Chris, when you're listening to radio show in England, you think they're nice to Jamaica? Actually, the article type, you know, and in a black and white, and the editor say, oh, take out that. You know, they probably say the little beep whole country like where Donald Trump did call it. Remember when him that refer to it?
Yeah.
So they refer to it as I don't think it's not nice, you know.
But I want to be honest.
Damien Charles Lucas.
Damian Charles Lucas, from all 2.79 million people on my island. Well, I just want to say that. I hope you catch it. I hope your typewriter stuck. I hope your computer get a virus. I hope everything. I hope
but this is
one thing. I hope everything bad happened to your equipment. Chat Jamaica name.
You remember when Sterling? Did buy?
I was literally going to say that exact thing.
Then I make it side, you know.
I was literally going to talk about Sterling.
You know.
This should not
one
be
person. Hold on, Chris. Make you with CCS. I can't finish.
Make Chris continue, man.
All right, go on, Chris. He heal to you. Okay, KC, man.
Me? No, sir. No, me's a light and blue up North Street. Don't do that.
All right, go ahead.
This, in my opinion, is shocking, but not a surprise.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
They did it to Raheem Sterling when he had that tattoo of the gun on his foot. And even when Raheem Sterling, after the article came out, oh, Raheem Sterling have gun on him foot and blah, 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 and saying all sort of things with the symbolism. And even when Raheem Sterling explained what it meant, they still was chastising Raheem Sterling, a Jamaican-born player who committed to England, played for them, and still chastised him. I am shocked at the fact that we must excuse somebody who is showing patriotism to England, but we must not excuse the fact that Mikel Antonio has to fly to El Salvador, has to fly to Kingston to play for Jamaica, to possibly have them qualify for the World Cup. Because that is false based on the placing now in a coach. The fact that he said that Jamaica has no chance of qualifying for the World Cup is absolute rubbish and false.
But what, Chris, let me add this to it. Yes, Neo. Let me add this. Listen, as much as Mikel Antonio play for West Ham, and them are going a bag of things, and there are a few eligible Jamaicans there, what will West Ham win and playing? They're not making Champions League for certain. They're not winning the English Premier League for certain. So we could talk some whole lot of things where they're not going to win.
I see West Ham playing.
They'll qualify for Europa League.
Hey, that is Thursday League, Cataract. We don't in Jamaica. We don't recognize Thursday League.
No, coach. You said about responsible journalism. Remember, you made me be responsible earlier. The Europa League brings in additional revenue. That's why clubs fight for that space.
Like any other.
Right? So it's additional revenue. The additional game brings in European money. If you win, the Europa League is a bag of money. Sevilla purposely never tried to qualify for the Champions League because they just kept winning the Europa League and getting some big, huge money. Right? and they always would choose to defend the Europa League rather than take the automatic spot in the Champions League. Because you know the champions of Europa, I think supposedly can qualify for the Champions League,
No,
but
they
they choose to
automatically qualify for the
right.
Champions League.
So they
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they always go and play the Europa League and defend them cup. But the truth is, coach, that it also attracts a level of European players who want to play in Europe, right? So you are able to attract a higher level of player because you say you offer European football, right? And which means that the players get additional income from the European games. So that is just want to be fair to West Ham. But the fact of the matter is, West Ham have a lot of internationals. Suchek, what a wonderful own goal. Um, you know, they have quite a few international players in their ranks. They have Declan Rice, and I think they have a couple of African lads in the team at the back. But as you go forward, people just have to just deal with this something here. But I think it's the JFF that has to take it on board. And when we come back to it is how the British look at the country, the former colonies. They take it as an affront, as a big disrespect that you would want to play for a former colony, right? But Jamaica are the only country. Tyrone Mings and one name the Jamal Lascelles could have formed a wonderful central defensive pairing for Barbados.
But
Barbados could
the probability of Jamaica going to the World Cup is basically like, what do I say now? You have 3.5 spot out of 8 spot.
have.
But you can only have one champion in the English Premier League. So it's like this man where I write the article. First of all, number one, him can't do no maths. Because even when time it die, you hear say you have a mathematical chance. Which Jamaica right now have a chance to qualify automatically. Now we're still in the runnings. So
So
this person that do an article under the guise of being a journalist, but he's not, or being whatever he is, because journalism is based on sound research, in my opinion. So you cannot report on something that you have not researched on. So obviously, number one, you haven't to watch CONCACAF, some of the World Cup qualifiers. You haven't seen the table. You don't know how much points each teams are, and you're only using the name and saying that Jamaica cannot qualify because it is Jamaica. What? You see, there's a thing called karma, and if Jamaica qualifies, there should be a journalist who writes and quote this man's name and say, see, here is Jamaica at the World Cup. A couple of months ago, when this writer was speaking and saying that, oh, Jamaica has no chance, and between Gareth Southgate and between West Ham, what a bunch of load of crap. That all you can say between Gareth Southgate and West Ham. Where was the manager for England years ago when Antonio probably wanted to play for England? The man made a choice and chose to play for Jamaica. So nothing is wrong with if next year sit on the plane, 23 players turn up for England plus 7 reserve players, and the man them see Antonio. Same way Hurricane them can walk up and say, what? Yeah, they are my boss. The man there same way, just like you, because you cannot fit 60 players at the World Cup. You can't fit 46 players. So the man make him choice and come play for him country, of him secondary, him heritage.
But that's the problem. And one irony that I have with that article, and because this should even now make Mikel Antonio more motivated, to play for Jamaica and qualify for this World Cup. That's one. Two, how are we so sure that Mikel Antonio would be utilized if Gareth Southgate called him up to the squad? Because remember, we need to know that he was called up before. He was not utilized, He was called up before, but he was never utilized by the same manager. So how are we so sure that Gareth Southgate will call him up and play him in an international game? That is the point that we need to look at.
Listen,
right?
the man
And
Gareth Southgate.
I don't understand how is it that you're going to say that because that is why I brought up the fact that you cannot say, oh, Jamaica realistically will not qualify for the World Cup until it is mathematically improbable. You cannot speak on, you cannot, one thing that I have been taught in school when I was getting my degree in journalism, you cannot be biased in writing an article, right? You cannot say realistically Jamaica will not qualify unless it's an opinion column. You're writing an article, you have to come with facts. Even if it's an opinion column, you have to come with facts and present it in a way that when you write the article, it makes sense to the reader. There's no way you can come and talk about Jamaica who will realistically not qualify for the World Cup and okay should have
absolutely. And them word them are using, you know.
Hold on.
Absolutely
Realistically,
no
absolutely
chance
not.
I'm
of
show you
qualifying.
something.
That's very disrespectful to the nation.
Yeah.
Don't do
I'm
that.
sure
You
it's
can't
something.
disrespect a country qualifying for the World Cup. That is very disrespectful. So I think that he's I'm guessing he writes for West Ham because it's the Hammer News. I think he should be fired. Definitely, he should be fired. Don't talk about the nation like that. All if a Luxembourg and Montenegro and San Marino, unless they're mathematically improbable of qualifying for the World Cup, you cannot say these things because you're going to look like an idiot if they do. That is one thing you don't want to be as a journalist. You don't want to look like an idiot if what you say is the complete 180 of what actually happened. Because if Jamaica qualifies for this World Cup next year, he'll look like an idiot. He look
They
like
said the
a
man, if
fool.
you put him up on a poster, watch it. Next window, Jamaica goes on and win those 2 matches. Best case scenario, where they are third or fourth, right there, we are in the spot. So come January when Michaela come back at Jamaica come play, the man in a qualifying spot, So when the team are going at January window, we can be in a qualifying spot, looking to move up in the ranking. So
he did absolutely no research.
Which research, brother? You know what?
And he did no calculation.
Brother, the man not even go on the internet, go watch a video and say him do a research. He not even come do it. You can see that there's no research, there's no substance, there's just vitriol. He's just spewing some vitriol and saying some things that to appeal to his local base or whatever base he has. Because I'm telling you, I'm not a writer per se, but if Jamaica end up winning these 2 games, I would write an article and state and highlight his name. Because
by the way, on the right down the name?
What the gentleman?
Yeah, on the right down the name.
I'll look at the article still later, man. Because I put the name in my notes. So when Jamaica win them 2 matches, yeah, and reach 4th place, and January come on, we qualifying spot. This person here, man, may I tell you, because that article, how can you write an article saying that there's no way, there's absolutely, the word absolutely.
Hey, listen, this is what a famous
ridiculousness.
CC, this is what a famous Jamaican law enforcer would say. He will pay dearly. Dearly, he'll pay. So let us watch how things will pan out, and trust me, I'm going to have a problem for real.
But the question my man I say, Garrett Southgate and West Ham about decision, basically he's saying that them should have kept Antonio and stop him from playing for Jamaica, but we won't use him. Something that Jamie Vardy is a golden boot winner, consistent scorer in the Premier League. And Vardy can't get no game of Hurricane, him have to retire. So if you are going to tell me, say, Vardy couldn't displace Hurricane out of the team, you feel like they're going to make Antonio displace something that out of the team when Antonio have more than one thing working against him? If you displace them darling Hurricane.
Well on, Romario. So that person is a troublemaker. That the writer is a troublemaker. Tell us what go on. Oh, he look like him is a troublemaker, you know. Martins, big up yourself and welcome. Jerry, big up yourself, welcome.
So, coach, I wanted to say something.
Yeah.
In terms of the whole matter of Antonio, these things sometimes your granny know, you know. So cow never know the use until they lose it. But master then could have called Antonio all them one. As a matter of fact, in the pre-show today, somebody had the mic open in the pre-show, preview show of the game. Ian Wright was there discussing along with the usual panelists. And what I heard, you know, the man says, if you told him about 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, or 3 years ago, that Mikel Antonio would be converted into a deadly striker, he wouldn't have believed you. He just didn't look the part. And they were making the same comparisons to Che Adams, who is a Scottish international, that basically they look like they can give you a 10 or 8 goals for the season, which is a good return, a decent return, but really not a Premier League level return for a striker. I think somebody needs to speak about what is happening. They are messing with the future of a lot of people. Because Ollie Watkins is a good workman striker, you know. Callum Wilson is a deadly small forward. Cap and dub. But you know, I hope the more they do it, the more other players see what is happening. You understand? Two new man joining, so one of the thing. Except to say it's really sad. And I hope that we understand every single player that is eligible to represent Jamaica in England and around the world cannot represent Jamaica at the national team. But those that are the best, because let me say, after England take the cream, we can take the next cream. Because the next cream is a good cream. You understand? It's a good
So
cream.
cool.
Hold on,
So cool.
Alex. The next cream is a good cream. And England can only pick 30 man squad, you know, at any one time. So that will leave another nearly 900 player eligible to play for other countries in the world. Some are already born in other countries, but are talking about English players who will never have a chance. A player like Keenan Davis, uh, I don't see a pathway for Keenan Davis to become an England striker, right? And
You
most of
don't
them,
say what?
a pathway, because when you look at Calvert and Keenan is not a finished product, you know. Keenan is a young youth. He's about 21. He, getting to first team football. But when you look at the big tall striker, you're going to be coming in after Calvert Lewin, right? Calvert Lewin is the heir apparent for that kind of striker. You have Tammy Abraham. So I don't see a pathway for him. That's just my view. But we can't hear the other.
Yeah, Martin.
I wasn't alluding to money. No pun intended on the pathway.
Okay,
Man,
okay.
Yeah.
me come for second the deal with Mannings, man.
Can't
Cause
second a
No,
deal with
no,
man.
no, 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 no,
No,
no.
no,
Hey, brother,
Alex,
one
hold on.
thing.
Alex, this is
One
not
thing.
the program.
No
And
Brother,
deal cannot second right here.
we say once you're not speaking, please mute the mic. That is the law. I have the wrench on here. You understand? So if you're not speak, mute the mic. Man is man.
good evening, good evening.
Welcome, good evening.
First, yeah, man, good evening, one and all. You understand me? Let me
Big up
just say,
yourself,
coach,
man.
yeah, man,
Yeah.
bless up to the panelists. Big up, old comrade Cataract in the building in a block tonight. I don't know where I'm mourn about, but you don't know respect. You understand me?
Probably a
But coach,
Leeds loss.
Leeds, it's futuristic.
Leeds plays on Sunday.
And
Okay?
that's what I say.
So,
Early
but you
set
know,
it.
first thing, coach, I have to address the most important matter. I need to
Mm-hmm.
speak to Mr. CC. Whenever you're coming back on this show, sir, please do not wear the present shirt you're wearing. The message that it is communicating is not the best message when you're on a panel that consists of primarily men. You understand me? So you need to turn around and go and change that shirt. I was on the stream when I made up my mind that I wasn't going to come off. I was going to come on. Until
I want to put in shirt. Can
boy,
me a try. All right, no repeat it. So like
yeah. So I've been watching the man with the shirt at the program, and I'm wondering, nobody in the comment section don't tell us anybody if you gonna change his shirt.
Come with a watch, man. Okay, I that is I watch, man. I watch, man.
This shirt not right, brother. You have to go fix up that shirt. The shirt not right. But you know what I'm saying, that I wonder if these people I wonder if these people realize, the journalists realize that United States never qualified for the last World Cup. They want to change his shirt to my folks.
so that you want to do money, you never want to change it.
I understand money is one
You
point.
never want to change
You
it.
come off on the road, some of them don't realize on the shirt still, they understand.
You never realize.
No, but it kind of spell differently, so I don't really say it as a way to say. But go on, man.
Yeah, so I want the journalists to know that that
Money, steady your mic. Steady your mic. It make a look.
Little sound.
Redeem, yeah.
All right, so we do it. All right, so we'll come over here, so I take it from this. So yeah, it's soon secondly, I know, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I want them to know that the United States did not qualify for the last World Cup. This is where, right? Here's what I believe, Coach. I think this is where the diaspora persons, the Jamaicans in England, especially like Richard, who asks a lot of questions on this program. People like Richard need to write articles in the newspapers over there, because the advocating over here is where now he needs to take it
and
over into England
and
Talawa. Those people
Yeah.
who come on from England need to go over there and defend the players in the media over there. Because they come here in Jamaica and defend them amongst us, the small YouTubers, right? So with all respect to them, and I'm glad that they are doing that, I want them now to take the same synergy, the same energy, the same muster. And when they hear these things, they speak about it over there in support of the players. Because this is a deliberate plan. This is a deliberate plan to deter many others from representing not just Jamaica, but other Caribbean nations. Because they still believe, here's the thing, they still believe that they own people. There's a part of those society that believe they own you. You belong to them. How dare you choose to do something like that? We brought you here. We gave you this. You owe it to us. If it is not us, nobody else. Because it's still the old colonial slavery mindset. These people belong to us. We don't belong to them. We are independent people. And so that is part of the action. And other African nations and Caribbean nations in these places, citizens need to come up and speak about these things and support the players. That's what I believe. And speak on these issues, because there's a long-term effect. They are discouraging a 17-year-old. They are discouraging an 18-year-old. So don't make that choice, because you see the kind of pressure that you could come under, and it is not a good thing. There may be some players saying that, you know what, let me just change my mind and just stay put where I am at. So don't think like these guys are just saying these things because it's just out of thin air. It is a strategic and systematic plan to take back ownership of a people that they really belong to them. That is the whole thing. And people over there need to start talking about it. And that is my position on the issue.
But you can't put Richard for the nothing, you know. Because remember when they put Richard for go find Louis Baker, and I'll now do report back to us. And when they put him for go speak to Emil Smith Rowe, and they'll report back to us. So I don't entrust those things to Richard.
So Richard, so I say I'm listening, big issue. I don't know
Yeah,
if I still with you.
he's not going to be the ambassador for coach's desk.
Richard, speak.
Yeah, Richard.
He needs to
roll
speak.
out. Like, yeah, but to be honest, man, it's like I've seen it with African players. I've seen it with Caribbean players. It's just that that was what I was saying, man. A player that is 16 and 17 and 18 might change your mind. This is psychologically damaging because look at it like this. You're coming up, it's already difficult to go on and play in the first team of a club or to go on and have this professional career. It is already difficult as it is for a player to make it in the football. So when a young player has the added pressure of knowing that, yeah, what, if you choose Jamaica, or you know it go already, your progress are going to stifle, or this is the pressure that you're going to face. A man I go say, boy, I better me not play no international football than for come play for Jamaica. So it's like you're putting that psychological pressure in the youth them mind from them day in the academy.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, CC.
CC, and
Hold on, Alex. CC, are you call upon a radio program at the time?
Yeah, no.
Eh?
Yeah, man, I said you, man.
Okay, big up yourself, man. Big up.
Yeah, man, big up yourself, man.
All right, Alex, go ahead.
As somebody log in, drop in for management thing and see the man of them things, so I kind of just subscribe straight to, you know?
Yeah, man, respect, man. Big up.
Yeah, man, respect.
Go ahead, Alex.
Yes, I'm saying that in this case, that if Mason Greenwood say come on to make a stretch, the media of England is gonna fight against it. They're not gonna want it because they must say one of the best young prospects God. And Mason would probably come on a lot of scrutiny. And probably Manchester United sell him and Ghana club in the career gone in the dream because he just don't want to come to play for Jamaica. So they must punish him in that regard. You get where I come from? But if you play for England and this and that, I read article from the Daily Extra and I have the quote from it, and Gareth Southgate said it doesn't seem as his plan for 2020 until 2022 until World Cup. So
you have no plans for Mason?
No plan until 2022. Yeah, sit down with him and his family. That's what he said. They don't have no plans for him to be in the team in 2022. It's not because it's not because Mason Greenwood is not a good player. He said he need to focus on in Manchester United career. But the guy is one of the top prospect in the league. So why not call him up? You get where I come from? But I don't understand. That just mind boggling my head that he's not using the youth talent. And if you would say, oh, he want to go play for Jamaica now, Manchester United, and I feel like the English media got switched now. We say, yo, Manchester United have to sell Mason Greenwood if he not perform sometime and carry go straight down. That's what I feel like. They'll punish these players if they make the choice and come play for Jamaica. So sometimes when they money come, we show them respect, just like what all we are saying on the panel. You get where I come from? Say yeah.
Speak as a rolling.
Why does Alex sound like he has a voice box? Like Roger Troutman. Computer love. Alex, fix up your internet, man.
You have a voice in a cataract. You have a voice cataract. CD panelists, a pleasant good evening and full respect. Man is man every time. Man is man, full respect. Chris, the sportsman. Yeah, man, I've been seeing you around. This is one of yeah, man. This is one of the most passionate subjects. CC Laka, full respect.
Yeah. Up top.
Look here, every man on the panel. Alex, I don't know that debate. We're going to find out how management pull you up. But it should probably be funny, but I don't know if it's fun and games. This is a serious issue, a very interesting issue. Yeah, man. Respect, Alex. Said we. You still live. You still have life, unlike certain vloggers. My lord. Anyway, look here. This is a serious subject. Very, very interesting. I was listening to Talk Sport a few hours, earlier today, an extensive interview with Gareth Southgate. Gareth Southgate was referring to Mason Greenwood. I thought, okay, I'm usually on the search for them to be talking about in the media circles, to talk about Jamaica. Jamaica hardly in the English media gets a look in. It's like, spot the black person back in the day in England. Mason Greenwood was talked about by Gareth Southgate, and they said Mason had again refused to take part in I think it's the England under 21 or the senior setup. And Southgate said, well, Mason and I have spoken, and he wants to concentrate on his Manchester United club career first. I was listening and listening and listening. Then they went back to the studio. No one mentioned anything to do with Jamaican parentage, opportunity maybe opening up for him to represent Jamaica. Is he being courted by Jamaica? Mikel Antonio, they very rarely mention in the media his association with Jamaica. It's only recently, since he's been capped, that they mention it. And what I'm wondering is it ignorance or is it a deliberate policy? I myself, from Jamaican stock, with skin in the game and a huge passion for football and awareness of Jamaican influence and the Jamaican diaspora, I can look forward and be aware of the impact and the influence and the wealth and depth of Jamaican talent in the English game. But the media, maybe because I'm trying to get my head around it. Is it ignorance or is it a deliberate attempt to ensure that the conveyor of talent remains available to England? I remember the West Indies in their pomp in the cricketing days when they had X amount of players who could have represented Jamaica, but because our talent pool in the batting and bowling areas was so strong that it was a conveyor belt. It was a conveyor belt. But I never heard the argument that one day, why doesn't a Sylvester Clarke or a Tony Gray back in the day represent and get called up by England? It was always a case of, well, they've got talent. They're not going anywhere else except waiting for the West Indies call up. And if they don't get called up, where do they go? These England players, there's going to be loads of Jamaican eligible players who will not get an England call up. But they could. And I think certain people in the media may well be aware that these players could be courted by Jamaica. But I think there's equally a substantial amount. You just read that article by that gentleman there talking about Jamaica has virtually no chance of qualifying. That smacks to me of ignorance, careless journalism. But irrespective, I think going forward, we have some issues and challenges ahead. I told you months ago, and we're aware of it, that Jamaica has an outstanding crop of talent across the diaspora, across the world. Now, here's the question I want to put to you, your good selves. What part, if we want to be proactive and constructive, what part do the Jamaican players have in terms of putting their hands up and speaking out and letting it be clear that either they have aspirations to represent Jamaica, that they understand that Jamaica is a country on the rise, and that they have opportunities not only to and desires to represent England, but they also have a desire to represent Jamaica. How many of them will, going forward, be prepared to be constructive and proactive and speak out and bring the issue and bring the awareness to the general fans and media inclusive that Jamaica are a real force and a serious force to be reckoned with? And simply, whether or not they're going to be hard, big hitters in the world of football, they have every right in representing their country good and true. This is one of the things. And tackle that first. What part do the players...
No, Richard.
Yes, that's just one point. Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to ricochet that question from off all the other panelists and myself back to you. So you answer first.
All right. Well, let me get the ball. Let me get the proverbial ball rolling. The likes of Ethan Pinnock, I've not heard him in any interviews. I've not heard many interviews from him. Mikel Antonio, I've not heard him waxing lyrical or speaking about representing and playing for Jamaica. I've not heard. Cataracts would probably be a person better in the know regarding that in terms of what he's heard. But other panelists may have heard more. Dre, everyone can speak up and tell me what they've heard. But I've heard very few players. Anthony Grant is one of the most vocal, but I've seen him through channels such as this, and with Simon Preston in terms of being interviewed and talking about his pride in representing Jamaica and struggling to represent Jamaica. But I think I would love to be, as a football fan, much more aware of Jamaican-born players and Jamaican-eligible players speaking about their pride and interest in representing Jamaica. I don't hear much of it at all, and I'm all ears. Talk Sport, 5 Live Radio over here. I'm all ears, and I'd be more than happy to, send you some connections or links to the likes of TalkSport to see if they're interested. The Voice newspaper, Rodney Hines. It'd be really interesting to see if they are willing to play any part in terms of opening the lines of communication. I mean, Jamaica is small but they're Talawa. Small but Talawa. But they've got loads of players in the Premier League, Championship, League One, League Two. So I don't know in their local papers how much they get interviewed or encouraged to talk about their Jamaican roots and ability and options and opportunities to represent Jamaica. But in the big scheme of things, when it comes to the international break, we hear about the likes of South American players. When it comes to, I could tune in and say, right, who from Brazil are going to be called up? That gets a lot of attention. And they're going, you get the name from Gabriel Jesus, Edison, Allison, they're good to go. Similarly with the Argentinians and so on and so forth. The French team, I think right now, going forward, this is the key thing for me. Going forward, we know that Jamaica have players. Emile Smith-Rowe, I can't tell you any British media outlet that has said that Emile Smith-Rowe has any association with Jamaica. I've not heard any British media outlet refer and talk about Mason Holgate, Mason Greenwood. The list goes on. So it's either deliberate ignorance or a deliberate policy that they may be aware, because they're researchers, they're journalists, they may be aware that there is talent and there is an issue going forward because the talent is there, and this is a new and developing and will be continuing to be a real live issue. There is quality in the Jamaican roots, and it's a real thing. So going forward, they know that Mikel Antonio could have represented England. Mason Holgate, Ben Godfrey, Emile Smith-Rowe. Do you know how much of a hoo-ha it would be if anyone in the media came out and said, Emile Smith-Rowe, let's do a little piece on him. Yeah, he's eligible to actually play not only for England, but Jamaica. Could they reverse it? He's eligible to play for Jamaica as well as England. There's no 50-50 about it. Quiet silence is indeed golden as far as the media is concerned over here. And it's a real issue. So I'd be happy to write to a newspaper. I'd be happy to email the likes of TalkSport on Radio 5 Live, speaking to the Voice newspaper. The question is, will it fall on deaf ears? I have a feeling that I know the answer to some of the questions, but some of them are yet to be fully answered. So,
Richard,
to you, sir.
No, but so Richard, it is over to you. We have to see you take a lead role in the advocacy. You can't come and party every weekend. I will put you on the board for do something. You have a role to play there. You should be showing
in
us
the diaspora.
You should be showing us a whole stack of letters that you have written to various media houses and playing back some broadcasts. Richard, you have to step up the team. Because we want to go to the World Cup. We want to do well. Let it not be said that Richard did not speak to Emile Smith-Rowe. It's been 4 months now, Richard.
Richard, speak.
We have commissioned you as an officer of the coaches desk to go and suss out the Arsenal Academy. We commissioned you to go and suss out Lewis Baker. It's important. And let me tell you why it's important. I don't think people are going to do. But I don't even think that England can cap all the players that have Jamaican heritage.
No, they can't.
Right? I think what I'm not seeing is the diaspora in England playing an activist role. And so Richard of London, I need to see. You need to come back on a weekend and report to us what sort of damage you have done during the week on the talk radio, in the Voice newspaper, in the I don't know if they have Echo anymore.
Daily Mail.
And you have the Mail, the Star, the Sun, the Telegraph, the Times, the Guardian, the Mirror, and the local ones. You know, Declan, you won't understand the suss out business. It's a bit of British talk to the bit of British lads, right? You have to run a program for the man, them, brother. We are said if we can run a program for the man, them. Whether Tampa wants them or not, run a program for the man, them.
I hear you loud and clear.
Let me say something.
Come in, Mannings. Go ahead. I was going to ask you, Mannings, for your good input. So speak. Go ahead.
Let me say this, right? What is amazing in all of this, right? Is let's look at one player, like a Lewis Baker. As far as I can see, at least in the next 6 years, based on the talent in England, he may never make the English team or the England team. Based on what in that era that he plays, the amount of players, things could change and he gets a rapid, improvement in form. So I find it hard to accept a system trying to put out a kind of narrative that would make a player like that not want to play for a country that he can play for. In other words, I think, like, I don't hear these things with Brazil. There are many Brazilians who have played for other nations, as an example. And I don't get the feeling like the Brazil Football Association try to stop them or try to fight it. Like, it's almost like, hey, we have so many that if some of you play for other nations, all the better. Like, I would want to think that, like, it's kind of, let me say it this way. In the United States, there are many Jamaican kids born to Jamaican parents, just like in England. And I don't feel like the United States would put out the kind of narrative that is coming out of England towards the player. I just feel like it's the same colloquial slavery thing, and I honestly believe in my heart that these people in England still believe like they own the people and they have no right to be making these decisions because they did not develop themselves. We developed you, we own you. And if you're not going to play for us, don't make a decision to play for anyone else. Because where you are, we brought you here. We got you to this standard. We own you. And if we're not going to use you, you're not going to be used by nobody else. And that's how we prove our ownership, right? I think when you have that kind of system, it's very hard on the players because the players know that maybe if I step out, I lose the right to a club. I think there could be other repercussions on them, and they lose their trade, they lose their income, and they don't want to put themselves at that risk, except when they're at a particular level. In other words, like, I don't think it matters right now to Adrian Mariappa. You understand me? Because he has been there, he has done that. But would a Smith Rowe make that decision, seeing that he's in demand? You understand me? Will a Mason Greenwood really make that decision? Because they must look at their own career and say, given the kind of narrative that is coming out, I know if I make this decision, Manchester United may move me out of the club.
Yeah, man, alone you gone out and then them sell you. I really thought management.
Okay, Manchester United can't loan out Mason Greenwood. Mason Greenwood is not a big part player.
No, but me I tell you, say if them choose to play for Jamaica based on the narrative that they are creating, because if you look into it, it's only England. You see these things happening you hear these things when they come on to. It's like, for example, to me, Mannings, man, they have stunted the growth of even our football in a sense then. Because even years ago, when we probably could have qualified for other World Cups, a lot of players may have tried to be clear, and we don't know what happened behind closed doors. May a player will say, oh, he have to hide from his team, have to hide and look about him passport and look about him documents.
Listen, let me tell you this. Every 6th of August, Jamaica should be playing a game against the United States. Listen, they should be doing us the honor of affording us a game.
United Kingdom.
England should be saying, listen, let's play a series of game. Under 17, under 20, under 23. Right? I have seen the French do this. The French go back into some of these countries that they were under their rule, and they help to develop players, and they send them back to these countries. I have never gotten the feeling that having squeezed us for so long, that the English have done the same for Jamaica.
Mannings, man, beautifully put.
Hard to get in England, Mannings, man. It's like you have to try to use all the Leon Bailey route, where you go in a next club in Europe and you make up your coefficient points and go through the system where you have enough points can qualify to get the work permit to actually play in England. So it's like the difficulty level that we have to go through if we want even to play in the Premier League. To show you that alone should show you.
Hold on. Every league have their right to regulate.
No, but
every country have, every league have a right to regulate every country have a right to regulate the league. But Mannings, man, we really want to ask you the question and what you said a while ago. What would be the purpose of that game?
So but hold on, before Mannings answer, remember that when Jamaica went, England, we played England at Old Trafford.
6 we get.
Yeah, I was there.
So let me say this.
But let me answer one way. I think what Mannings might have been trying to say is a part of your give back
to the job. That's what I said.
To the Jamaican thing. Don't only send money for build prison. Send some money and build stadium. All the games. But Mannings, I want to ask.
No, but what the game? Don't listen to the man more.
The games will be part of the developmental process in terms of social development. They are social development things that they do, They give money to schools and those kind of things, through the British, whatever you call it.
Yeah, but when the game was only mentioned, that's why more Mannings answer.
All right, so let me answer, Keter. So let me answer. So either every 1st or every 6th of August, there should be a series of games between or during that period. It could under 20, under 17, because it is when Jamaica, if we don't know, celebrate emancipation.
Mannings, and me ask that, So
let me just say. So watch this. Our football needs to be developed. And like I said, they have squeezed us up so much. This is one way of having this big harmonious thing in England or in Jamaica, in London, in Manchester, where the major population is. It's not, it's a friendly, it is not a match that go against a FIFA ranking. It is a part of doing that, because when that happens, these players can know that there's some sort of collaboration between the nations. You have the opportunities to see other players over there who have connection. All of this, it provides so much, right? It's a part of helping again with development. They should be helping with the development of football in Jamaica. There's nothing that they have done. And I am saying that with the narrative that they are pushing now, it is further saying, listen, though you guys have independence, listen, we're going to squeeze you some more. You're not getting back these players. And if they ever make a choice to come and play for you, we are going to put pressure on them. Other nations who have had people under their control, like the British have done, they have given back to their sports. Like France intentionally goes back to some of the nations that they have that they ruled over. They intentionally recruit, and that is why you have so many Africans over there. The English system don't even do that to help they develop the football in Jamaica.
So that more I said no money. That's why I ask you a question, you know, because playing a game, how will that help? And I see the point though, but me still not really buy it, right? But I see the point you're making on the offspring and offshoots that can come out of it. But what may I say? England, as I said, not doing anything for Jamaica. All they want to give us is prison and more
They
prison.
make everything difficult.
Right.
But that's true when management talk about France.
So you're saying that,
Yeah, France
what
do
you're
them
saying-
thing there.
so what,
Yeah, man,
what
is.
so what you're saying is that the English should not do anything or give back anything to Jamaica.
No, I'm
No,
not
he didn't
saying
say
that.
that.
I'm
He
not
didn't say
saying
that.
no. I did not say that. I'm saying playing a game is against a Jamaica team, England versus Jamaica. I think that is the least
Let me
of
give you a
the,
good
of
example.
the way that they can give back to the country.
In fact, that would be too much of a positive. Man, come in by all means, but that would be too much of a positive gesture. I think that would it would be raising awareness of the impact and influence of Jamaica, and that would be a very much a political gesture, but a very positive one. The question is, do they have the will and desire and interest? That's the thing.
Let me give you two quick examples, and I'm going to be finished. In the pandemic, there were two teams that went against all things to tour England: Pakistan
and
the West Indies.
Correct.
Filled up the coffers of the English. You know what they said to Pakistan? They are not touring there.
That's what they said
recently.
That's
They're not going back there. You know what happened? Remember, you know, they didn't come to the West Indies, you know, when they were supposed to, you know. Though West Indies, when they're in a pandemic. The point I'm making, when players see these things and hear the narrative, they have to say to themselves, why am I going to take the risk of going to play for Jamaica knowing how the British system is presently constructed? And I'm saying that if they mean any good to nations in the Caribbean, then they would find a way, not just for Jamaica, but all the other Caribbean nations, because it's not a Jamaican thing. Find a way of, like what the French do, give back to some of these places, collaborating, working together.
As something that as Richard said, I think the ego is too high. The ego is too high for these people to do something that will benefit a country that could definitely be their rival.
But coach, I want to ask something first, and then I have some comments to make on what management suggested.
Go ahead.
What is the issue that happened the last time England played Jamaica? What was the £70,000 that we owed and couldn't pay back while we sold Raheem Sterling? Because I've always heard that the Jamaica signed a waiver or something for Raheem Sterling.
That me here too.
Over £70,000. What is it? Does anybody have that info? Let us know.
What does happen? Because
that we owed the Captain Burrell owed somehow the GFF owed the Captain Burrell led GFF owed the England FA £70,000, and being unable to pay that, to write off that debt, they signed over the international release for Raheem Sterling.
Oh, first I hear that, I don't know.
But it's
I've heard it, but I don't know what was the deal.
It's interesting. Oh,
when Jamaica qualify for the World Cup, you know, who are going to our group? CM Big Body England. Them not going away, you know. But the last World Cup, them drop out of the group. The last time we beat Japan, we to go World Cup, man. Them want another group.
No, but that would be poetic justice. But coach, I want to say something. There are two countries that when England played them, the emotion was so different in terms of the ramming up of the stadium. When England plays Scotland, and when England played Jamaica, people got scared seeing so many black people in one place.
Believe that. Go ahead, Kasura.
They were scared at Old Trafford. The man them was out. I had the benefit, as I said at the time, I watch a game from the Royal Box with, along with Borrell, and I go downstairs and I bleach apart and take in some of the atmosphere. And look here, there was a whiff of the old wacky backy, you know? Yeah, man. Man, a blaze of a child. I don't think England was prepared for that. That black, gold, and green all over, man from Moss side. We know man from Chapeltown in Leeds, in Huddersfield, Bradford. I can't remember the place in Liverpool. All people roll out. And this was not even London. So can you imagine if this was at Aston Villa in the Midlands or at Wembley? It would have been the same like what happened to Uncle Sam in Washington, D.C. But I don't think England's prepared for that. What I think Jamaica needs to do is two things. Accept that there's a pool of players who are not born in Jamaica, who can add benefit to the program, and have a dialogue with England. So it's not a tug of war, right? On how this can work symbiotically. Because every single player can play for England. And what do you do to a youth like Callum Wilson? Callum Wilson not play another game for England. Long as God put breath in our body. And he too little foot no broke. And I'm sure Callum Wilson would have loved to be part of the whole World Cup qualifying now. Ollie Watkins, maybe Ollie a different card, they might find a little split. Him down the pecking order. When you don't get selected to play against San Marino, you must know
lowest ranked team in football.
You must know that you're not get selected. None tall, you're not get selected. None tall, you're not get back no cap.
But what I want to know is how them now bring up no Fury to go play a team like San Marino. San Marino, the last in the world FIFA rankings. Last. San Marino is the lowest ranked team in FIFA.
Let me explain what you're saying.
Against USA, Mexico, and all these teams who are in the top 70. So you want to know.
You don't understand what I'm saying. What it says is that this team now, that's the England World Cup team. If you're not in it, you don't have no time getting in it. Because so people like Ivan Toney who did a fool themselves, Isaac Hayden who did a fool himself, delusional, not trench coat. They're not a place for no. I hate this. And remember, you know, some of Garrett Southgate's key lieutenants are missing, you know. Kieran Trippier not in this team. Right? Sancho not in this team. But I want to wonder what we're reading into the fact that Mason Colgate has been declining these invitations.
Brother, you see the Euro 20, the Euro was just gone the other day. You see, if I was an English born player, you could have want me play for once. You could have want me play for George Wayside name, Liberia. You could have want me play for the team who can't qualify for Bermuda.
Liberia.
Yeah, but I got play for this team here because you see the vitriol that was spewed against these players, young players. Remember, I know them highlight the fact that Jada Sancho miss, them highlight Saka, them highlight Rashford, you know. Nobody highlighted the great Kane that they have, you know. Is Raheem Sterling scored the most goals for England at the Euros. They highlighted that Sterling wasn't playing well.
No, but CC, I know Kane now going, you know.
Exactly.
And you don't hear nothing about him.
You don't hear nothing. That's
make Raheem kick and miss a ball.
Brother, I say if me as a black player born in the country and I hear these things, me now want to play for them, but I go play for Bermuda. You see, before me play for them, I don't play enough football.
Richard, I have a question. For you, Richard. Because this is sort of always had. If the English FA or the head coach comes out and he says, we have so many players, we have such talent, we could select 3 squad and still have, good players, right? Many of you will not make the squad. Some of you And then some of you, you know that you could play for other nations. And at this time, when you reach a certain age, listen, I would say look at some of those options because we are littered with talent. Do you think that would give a greater freedom to the players to choose other nations to play for?
But why would he do that?
That's why I'm laughing, because Manning's man, to answer your question,
they're not going to do that.
It's a simple yes, of course.
Why?
If he did that, and it's a big if. That's why Cataract's interjecting. If he asked and said that, of course, without question or hesitations, Captain Mannings, of course that would free up the players and free up their minds to actually put. But as Cataract said,
very good though. So, let me tell you why. Because
Southgate's an open-minded guy. He's quite an open-minded character. It's very interesting. But go ahead.
So here's my further point, Cataract and Richard. There's no way that Southgate in any World Cup cycle is going to go beyond like 300 to give me a max, like 200 players throughout the cycle, or 100. Let's say 100, right? Throughout a World Cup cycle. So you're qualifying for 2026.
You don't go over 50. England don't go over 50 players.
All right, so I'm going to give them a max 100 if they start a 4-year cycle. If they
work with 100 and go on with it.
100. You know that if they even name a pool of 100 players,
yes,
Jamaica could still find quality. So I am saying that the idea that if a player in the Premier League says they want to play for Jamaica and they're coming under pressure, I have this serious problem with it, because I'm saying that they can still find enough player in a pool, because generally who they consider their best players don't normally want to play for Jamaica. Normally the ones who are their top players normally get capped by England early. The players we normally go after are the ones that at some point there was wavering in terms of their selection. So why do they have a problem? Because
the mind. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. You're gonna answer your own question.
Yeah. No, man.
Go ahead.
No, man. It's all right.
No, well, listen. You're on a roll, man, and full respect. Look here. In my opinion, and I'm sure many others, but in my opinion, I think it goes back to what we alluded to earlier: the political goodwill, the political mindset, and the intention. The intention. Why on earth? And it's interesting. As I said, way back, you remember that the whole 3 Lions debacle, and the European, the football shootout and the missed penalties, and then the racist elements spewing out. There's a lack of goodwill, and the chance and opportunity to run a friendly, as CD was alluding to. Why? What would it benefit? Well, it would benefit on many levels. Socially, economically, it would be very, very beneficial, but it would be too eye-opening, too constructive by way of empowering and encouraging, and in terms of a positive gesture for the black communities in England and Britain, it would be far too positive a gesture to be encouraged. Man is man used. Of course, you're absolutely right. Of course, they will choose, and they've got a wealth of talent themselves to choose from, and that would leave many Jamaican eligible players to represent. But why raise the? I mean, look, what Cataract, what you said. I'll tell you now. When you said there are 2 games that England play, and the temperature, the atmosphere is heightened, you threw me and you surprised me pleasantly. There's not many people who would have said Jamaica versus England raised the hairs on the proverbial arms. So you saying that alongside Scotland, which is a massive game, that's a game that has tremendous historical significance over here. But to say England versus
the Tartan Army.
The Tartan Army. But what you said about Jamaica, I'd like you to expand. Can you please just describe to us, and those who don't remember it, what was the atmosphere? What was the context? And remember, that was a team that is in no way as strong I mean, to get a 6-love, I think I do vaguely remember it. I was working project support officer. I do actually remember it. I remember the build up to it.
Peter Crouch.
But give us the context, please, because now Jamaica has a team, as CC says, conceivably, it could go toe-to-toe. It may not come out on top, but certainly could be competitive against England. And that is not a mirror that certain English media fancy seeing. They don't fancy seeing that. But Katra, can you just describe what that atmosphere was like and the buzz amongst the fans for that occasion?
Okay. It was 2006. I think it was 2006. So it was not our 98 team. It was, I think, the 3rd of June. We really I'll say this. Nothing can describe it. Of course, we didn't go to the home of football, which in all intent and purposes is Wembley. But if I think Wembley was under construction at that time, we got 6, and let me just make sure I give everybody what the team was. England's team was Paul Robinson in goal. Leeds United, you remember that. Rio Ferdinand, John Terry as the 2 centre backs. Ashley Cole as the left back. Jamie Carragher, right back. David Beckham was the captain. Joe Cole, Steven Gerrard, Frank Lampard, Peter Crouch, Michael Owen. It was heavy hitters. The substitutes, let me tell you. In the 33rd minute, by the 33rd minute, they started making substitutes. Sol Campbell came on for John Terry. Wayne Bridge came on for Ashley Cole. David James came on for Paul Robinson in the second half. Michael Carrick for Frank Lampard. Aaron Lennon for David Beckham. And Stuart Downing for Steven Gerrard. There was no rest. Frank Lampard scored the first goal in the 11th minute. Jermaine Taylor had an own goal in the 17th minute. So by the 20th minute, we were 2 goals down. Peter Crouch, a.k.a. 2 meter, had a hat-trick. 2 meter Peter. 29th minute, 67th minute, and the 89th minute. Jamaica has a nasty habit of conceding goals in that 88th, 89th, and 90th minute. It's not just now. And Michael Owen scored in the 32nd. For Jamaica, our team was Donovan Ricketts, Jermaine Taylor. We had the centre-back pairing of Claude Davis and Damian Stewart. Jamal Campbell-Rice, a.k.a. Fast Car. He was actually the one of a couple of English-born players there. And if I think at the time, he was playing for Colchester United at that time. He had moved from Rotherham, Colchester United on loan. He was a Rotherham player at that time, Rotherham. Omar Daly, Ratty, Jermaine Hugh, Dre, anyway, they would know him, Harborview Maestro, Garfield Reed. That's the one that surprised me. I just don't remember him being there. Jason Newell.
Garfield Reed from out of Lindsay, big bad man.
Jason, well, he wasn't big bad that day. Tell you that. Jason Newell, Ricardo Fuller, Luton Shelton. So basically, we had a team that had 10 Jamaicans and 2 English born. And we got 6 under with Grisnich. Shane Crawford came, we made changes in the second half. Shane Crawford came on for Jermaine Taylor, Dion Burton for Luton Shelton, Tier 4 Bennett for Ricardo Fuller, Kari Stevenson for Jason Ewell, and Jermaine Johnson for Jermaine Hugh. So it's only Dwayne Carr and Sean Sawyer as the goalkeeper, and Demar Stewart, Jason Morrison, who didn't play. Right? And the fact is, for those, it's a walk down memory lane. For those who keep talking about we don't need British-based players, We never have none. We had 2. And we got 6.
But Qatar, oh, you have to say we never have none, but we have 2.
No, I said no. Look here. No. Hold on.
Well, let me just plug
It-
that to get a laugh.
no. I'm just saying. By the time the second half, we had substituted. It was only Dion Burton on the pitch, but we really didn't have any because they were all Jamaican. Okay, good. So Dion Burton came on in the second half. So we played with 10 Jamaicans and 1 British in the second half, and then we had 2 starting. We got 6. So all this hype about our league big and our ballers them great, the facts don't add up to that. I think we have a strength inside. It was an embarrassing day, and a lot of people came in high. We were hyped. It's the only country that I remember. Richard can tell me. The England firm, the England hooligans, never try. Look here. They never tried, not even at the only country that England played. That the hooligan them quiet their little self. And this was not like the ultras when we talk about from Croatia where those cool. When them a walk, when I say I have to walk through, I think a little piece of Salford Road, those Manchester United people can let me know, coach. It's near the Moss Side Estate. When you're looking at the Moss Side Estate, a pure Jamaican, you look up on the 20 or the 25-story estate building, high rise. A pure Jamaican flag you see hang out of the window. For as much as they see British flag, because you know when England are playing, they have this George's Cross flag or the Union Jack fly from every house. You saw as many Jamaican flags. And I didn't walk in. If I drove in, I probably told you the story. But Captain Burrell, being the man he was, when I went to the players' hotel as always, G up, and then I was sent to Captain Burrell if he wanted to ride in the Rolls Royce. Captain said, "The Rolls? I'm rolling." So we had Captain, I have a cousin in a Rolls Royce. I would drive straight in behind the team bus, police escort, straight under the tunnel to Manchester United, like where the players would park. Went out and touched the grass of Old Trafford. Just the atmosphere. And I tell you, the one thing that struck me was the smell of the sensimilla in Old Trafford that day. Anybody who go there can tell you. Man, I light up in a Buckingham Palace. You know that Peter Tosh song, coach. Light up the chalice in a Buckingham Palace. Man, I light up the split there. It was nice, man. But we left embarrassed. I think people were hoping. It's like when the West Indies team went to South Africa for that first tour and got whitewashed, and it did something because the black people they were hoping to stick one to the man, you know. The same was with the Black Britons. They were hoping to stick one to the stick one to the old British Bobby or whoever was racist against them. And boy, the first couple of minutes, it never pretty. But there was a weight of expectation before the game started. That build up when the team was training, when man, I tell you. But the game didn't live up to expectation.
But fast forward.
But that should have been a lesson to us. That should have been a lesson to us that we need at all times to field our best possible team. And I think at that time, the question around the 06 time, right, was I know I had my cousin there, that was Sylvan Ebanks Blake, who was snubbed, looked over, and Clinton Morrison. There was a time of those couple of guys, and they were not. Storage might have been at that time too. Dean Storage.
Possibly.
Right.
Clinton Morrison, was he eligible for Jamaica?
Absolutely. He went and met with Captain Burrell at Derby County. We went and had drinks at the Pink Coconut, and then the JFF tell him on the bare foolishness.
At the what? At the what?
Easy,
everybody knows the Pink Coconut nightclub in in Derby.
No, me don't know it. Me never got England yet, no, brother.
Derby County, the Coconut. It's a very famous nightclub in the center of Derby County. Everybody comes there, party. But it wasn't open. It was had there privately. Arranged by the late oh my God, why is his name slip me? He's my neighbor. Why is his name slip me? Played for French Guyanese. Played for West Brom. Come on, help me, Richard.
West Brom
Recently
striker
died.
position? What
Striker,
position?
yes, striker. Cyril Regis.
Regis, yes, recently. Rest in
He's
peace.
my neighbor. Rest in peace.
Oh yeah, I said.
Yeah, man, he's my
Cyril.
neighbor. He's my neighbor.
Big Cyril.
Big Cyril. Part of the 3 degrees.
That's right.
So he arranged that because he was very instrumental. His nephew, played for Grenada. God, he's an agent now. Lord of his mercy, what's his name? But he's a Grenadian international. I'll have to Google that one there.
Continue.
But he was trying to work at getting
Clinton, no?
Jamaican players who were eligible to play for Jamaica in. And there was resistance at that time. There was resistance at that time.
Well, fast forward to today, and I think there would be resistance. I think any game, man is man. Would you agree? Right now, if there was a game between Jamaica and England, I think the response, fans-wise and media-wise, would be phenomenal. I'd argue even more so than back then, and for different reasons, including the weight of expectations would come to fruition, or be more likely to come to fruition, because the quality of players at Jamaica's disposal would be of a higher quality. Man is man. And CC.
Sorry,
and
I
Dre.
remember the name. Jason Roberts. That's the name.
Jason Roberts, yes.
13 goals in 15 caps.
Long time no see. How is he doing? I've not seen him for a long time. Very he was a good guy. Good guy. Very well spoken.
He does a lot. He's the director of development at CONCACAF.
But I'm telling you, see,
okay.
I think maybe because I even probably the way the Ricardo Fuller situation back when Stoke had signed him from Southampton, and Tony Pulis would say that Ricardo would say he has a game or international duty and gone to Jamaica, probably have couple beers or pints and play a game on the beach and come back. So it's like that stereotype thing has been built up away, because I remember when he came back, I remember watching the game, and the police was saying that they were drawing 2-2, and the assistant say, "Oh, put Fuller on," and they must say, "Oh, Fuller can't walk." So they must say, "All right, here we're gonna put him on. Fuller go to some sprints." So when Fuller go on, but that game the Fuller dribble 3 player, the man took it in the far corner. Then they must say after the match done, Fuller come and say to him, say, "Coach, that's why you don't have no year, because you worry too much." But I'm saying, I said that to say that it's a certain stereotype has been built in such a way, even when Fuller would have left and gone, whatever it was, whether it was an international break or whatever, not the stereotype that Jamaican players are players who are going to play for Jamaica is going on a holiday is a stereotype that has been built, or a narrative that has been built years over years. So it's deep rooted within the system or with the managers over there. But I, for one, will not stop beat the English media and beat the English people. If the player decides to play for a country, do not stop the player and do not discriminate or victimize the player and hurt the player where they feel it the most, in their pocket. Remember, at the end of the day, these players, this is their job. So who are you to be telling somebody that you can't choose this country versus this country?
Man, are you aware of this narrative that CC has rightfully pointed to about playing and representing Jamaica being akin to a holiday jaunt? Does it carry much weight in Jamaica? Are the fans aware of that? Are the media aware of that? Because I think that we have a responsibility, and the Jamaican Federation, as well as us as fans, but especially the Jamaican Federation, they've got a responsibility to present as professional a look as possible to tackle and combat narratives such as this. And if we want players to feel confident and have pride in speaking up or beginning to speak up in interviews about their interest and desire and love for representing Jamaica, we need to know that they are on good and solid ground, that they know that they've got a country that is professional, that is ready and prepared to play and to be fair in their selection policy, to embrace the UK-born players in as good a way as possible. And we as fans need to present a united front in terms of being welcoming and accepting the best quality team. Because if we want the best quality Jamaican team, then the likes of the English media would have to think twice. They would have to think twice and check themselves, because if you want the best quality players, then a Mikel Antonio who says, yes, I'm going to choose Jamaica and I'm going to represent Jamaica because I'm one of the leading players for them. Mason Holgates, Damari Grays, Bobby Reeds, all of these players, once they know that it's a quality outfit, an organization they're representing, the media will have to start getting their books out and have to stop writing sloppy pieces, or else they're going to be found out and they're going to be found wanting. Speak, Mannings, man.
The bad is, just listen to something. I want to just read something from a piece on Jason Newell and realize how long England are going with this. It says about his international career. Although Jason Roberts had the potential to be one of the most important players for the Grenada national team, availability issues that came with playing in England limited his impact with the team. Nevertheless, he was an important force for the team during the qualifiers in the 2006 World Cup, in which Grenada team put up an impressive showing before bowing out to the United States, although he managed to score a penalty kick against that very same team. And Roberts could have played for 3 countries. He qualified to play for England. He played for Grenada through his father, who was born there. His mother was Cyril Regis, his sister, born in French Guyana. So he had a choice of 3 countries to play for. But that same thing about limited availability reared its ugly head, affecting Grenada's chance of qualifying for the 2006 World Cup. So it's a long-standing thing that we have to address, I believe. But management, I don't know how you feel about that, but go ahead and...
Let me tell you something. There's nothing Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, none of these Caribbean nations can do that will ever make anyone in England, in their football or their cricket or their track and field or their journalists, to ever think that we are professional enough and change any narrative. They don't speak like that. Did you hear Boris Johnson and all those people speak about Jamaica sending back? You see how they treated the Windrush generation? There's nothing. So this idea that if the JFF gets professional, if the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association get professional, and if the Bermudans get professional, then the people in England are going to change. When Michael Manley was Prime Minister of Jamaica, they didn't change. And he was, when Marco, they never changed when we had brilliant people all over. It never changed your perspective on Bob Marley, who was a global ambassador. It doesn't change your perspective on Jamaica because of Usain Bolt. There's nothing you're going to do, because as far as they're concerned, you belong to them. The reason why you are the way you are is because of what we do. So don't do anything unless we give you permission. They're not going to change. This idea that they're going to change, and unless FIFA come in and put things in place, it's not going that is just the reality. Because let me say it again, there are other sporting organizations that are more corrupt, that are more disorganized. They may be the winds may be covering certain things. They had, all right, listen, years ago when Colombia went to the World Cup, where Escobar and those people were killed. with the drug lords and all of those things. The association there was the worst. But they still got to World Cup. And nobody could stop the Colombian players from coming to play for Colombia. Because the South American footballers, they don't do it. When that time came up, Brazil, you saw what happened with Brazil and Argentina? All of them, the Brazilians said, we are going. Argentinians said that. Everybody came together and said, we are going. Rules have to be changed. As a nation like Jamaica, we were under their control, brother. Them never have Colombia under them control and Argentina. Them can't do that to them. They can do that to Jamaica. Because as far as they are concerned, listen, if we snap with finger, everything mash up. All we have to do is to put some things in place and a whole heap of things mash up in your country. We just put up, we can do that. So at the end of the day, Richard, until the people like you in England start criticize them over there, like how we criticize things out here, I want you to be as vociferous on the ear over there. Call in a radio station. Go on the Robbie, call your Arsenal TV people them and say, Robbie, I've never heard you come on your program and talk about Emil Smith to play for Jamaica. You keep talking about when he's calling up for England. You who sing Jamaican song, Yardman and Troops. I never hear you guys talking about, Kiddo playing for Jamaica. Because they know if them say them things that people stop support them channel.
Whoa.
Facts,
Whoa.
man. Facts.
Whoa.
So man is man, I drop a bomb. I'm going to drop another bomb, coach.
Every day they come and use up Jamaica as a brand. Yo, Jamaica, wait.
You see, in the 2006 game, coach, you know what England did? There were 3 young players on the bench. All of Jamaican heritage. Jermaine Ginas, Aaron Lennon, and Theo Walcott were on the bench. And another West Indian in Jermaine Defoe. But they picked 3 Jamaican players who could have been called up by Jamaica at that time because they had a big gap. Aaron Lennon, Theo Walcott, who I worked with his aunt. She was the HR manager in the company where I worked. And she kept begging and saying her son is begging to come and play for Jamaica. Ignored.
Somebody just raise it up. I want our Governor General to write some letter to talk about these things. So listen up. So I don't want people to get this wrong. Let me say it again. The JFF needs to do a whole lot better. All right? But let me tell you this. If JFF were the most immaculate organization, it would not change the perception of the people in England. Listen, I can give you an example. Quick example. I'm not going to call a name, but they have a son that has been spotted by Arsenal. And you know what they said? They were asked the question, if your son were called to play for Jamaica at the youth level, would you have him play? Says no. He wants to give him every opportunity to play for the land of his birth, which is England. He says maybe in his 20s, he would now consider Jamaica to play for. No, I'm saying that that's a parent decision, and absolutely nothing is wrong with that. Because as a parent, you have to make a decision that is best for your child. But here's my point. If England were treating us in a way that showed respect at any level, it would be almost like if I play for Jamaica, it's almost one and the same. Let me tell you why. When a player who is born in England, proper in London, goes and play for Ireland, or goes and play for Scotland, or goes and they're not treated like how the Jamaicans are treated. Do you realize that? The players who could play for like England or Ireland or Northern Ireland, they don't get treated like how a Jamaican would get treated, So it is specific to specific countries. It's not for every country. They don't deal with it for every. It's just specific country. Because I don't see. Let me give you a reason. John McGinn. John McGinn is his name. could have played for England. I don't hear them coming out and talking about him. I don't hear him having any problem leaving Aston Villa.
You've got
But
Matty
the other
Cash.
guy will
You've got
play
Matty
for
Cash
Poland.
available for Poland.
Yeah, Matty
No
Cash,
issue.
I don't hear no issue. I don't hear
No
nobody
issue.
complaining or hear somebody saying, but all of these things now about Antonio and all of these guys. It's to specific country, that's what I'm saying. And it has nothing to do with whether
A matter of fact, Munnings, they highlighted Matty Cash, and although it seemed like a great
thing.
Yeah.
Bale, look at Gareth Bale. Gareth Bale, a big name that could have played for England. Chose Wales. Aaron Ramsey, they chose Wales. And people applauded them.
Never got a World Cup.
But if Mason Greenwood decide to come to Jamaica, we're going to beach.
I guarantee you. All the I believe if Mason Greenwood came and played for Jamaica, England would react the way that they reacted with Argentina and the Falkland Islands. They would send the Navy and the Air Force out here.
Belgrano action.
Jamaican players party.
Wow, what a boss.
Maybe because Brazil win one World Cup and have this world respect, it's kind of different. But nobody parties like the Brazilians. Right now, remember Neymar at Barcelona, Neymar leave every weekend, gone a party at Brazil and then fly come back. And him do it when him reach or something when him something there PSG. But I'm saying maybe because of the respect, because them can't run up on Brazil and say XYZ. One World Cup in a 5 million years, they can't come to Brazil with that.
Let me tell you this for the people. Hold on, Richard. For the people who are making this about Whitmore. Listen, we don't have a problem with Whitmore, the present JFF. I fool the business. I mean, they have talk about. We don't have a vendetta against Whitmore and the JFF. They might we don't call them idiot, whatever. Fool no problem there. Because this is not a Whitmore thing.
No,
this did not start with Whitmore, and this is not going to be over when Whitmore gets fired. From the initial stages, the players never felt comfortable coming to Jamaica to play for Jamaica, regardless of who they. Even when Captain Burrell was there and he had clout, this is not a new thing. And when this administration is gone, brother, why you think some of these rules were put in place about how many caps you had to play? Go and talk to some of the veteran players. These are some of the reasons why they couldn't go and play in England. And if they were professional, the same football people said that they couldn't represent Jamaica. They had to play invitational game. An all-star. It couldn't be the Jamaica national team. It had to be the Jamaica All-Stars or the Jamaica Invitational Brethren. So we're making this look like we're talking like this is just a Whitmore. Whitmore just get up and hate the English player, and that is why all of this is happening. This happened from Lenny Hyde and from Alan Skillcole them time. Where you think Alan Skillcole could not go to England, he must go Brazil? Come on, people, man. Take the thing beyond the present setting and look at the history of the football.
No, Mannings, we're in the present setting. And in the present setting, we need to have a big tent approach where everyone who wants to come under the tent of the black, green, and gold, as long as they are professional and have the talent and are eligible. We are the only country. We are like a boy, I don't even know who says, well, other countries have tried that before. Other places have tried that before. Barcelona, what the country name in Barcelona in a Catalan? What the other team in a Catalan name? What the other team name? That's all. Only Catalonians could have played for them, and they quickly had to.
And Osasuna.
That. Yeah, man, they might forget to that.
I think Bilbao. If you don't come from Bilbao, you can't play for Athletic Bilbao.
Watch do something for me. Put up one comment for me. All right, because one just made a comment about Magin.
Which one? Magin? Oh,
yeah,
put it up.
Hold on, the cataract. So, one is saying Magin plays for Scotland. They just play the Euros. The Euros is bigger, but Jamaica just play the Gold Cup. Because what the Euros is what the Gold Cup is.
Man, you just bring up something. I'm going to say something.
Hold on. So what the Euros is, the Gold Cup is equivalent to the Euros, but the Euros is a more prestigious thing. Right? In terms of the prestige and the amount of nations, it's Europe, bigger level football, but it is a confederation tournament. All right? So if Scotland were in it, Jamaica were in the Gold Cup, and both of them look bad in the competition. Scotland never looked good, Jamaica never looked good. All right? Poland did too. Ireland were at the Euros in 2016. Jamaica were in all the editions of the Gold Cup. So let's put that. All right? We have reached how many World Cup? I think when Jamaica qualified for the World Cup, which one of those teams were qualifying for the first time as well? Was it Scotland?
Scotland.
In
Not for the first
1998.
time.
No, man,
Not for the first time.
It
Not
wasn't
for the first.
it wasn't the
They
first
hadn't
time.
played for a long time. No.
In 1998.
They were there, but they were there before.
No,
Man.
they were there in the great 1984, for example, in the 70s, 1984
right.
when they were walloped.
They were there in
1982, sir.
All right. So let me tell
They've been there
people,
before.
because some of us, I'm learning these
1982.
things. Many of the World Cup qualifiers, let me say it again, the best Jamaican players could not play because they were playing professional football. Like Alan Skillcole was not allowed to play World Cup qualifiers, and Lenny Hyde and many of these guys. When they said Jamaica had good talent, they could not play for Jamaica. And they did not play in World Cup qualifiers. So we have not played in as many qualifiers as some of these nations. So sometimes we look at the thing and we talk and we get critical. We have to put things in perspective, brethren. I mean, I'm not trying to make Jamaica football look good. Even if you think we're the worst footballing nation in the entire globe and we're not good, and Jamaican football not good, and nobody at Jamaica.
We have a right,
man,
a right.
because it doesn't mean that it don't make it right for what they are doing.
Exactly.
So we have the worst federation ever in the history. We are the most corrupt people. We have the most crime in the world.
But
one on the cataract, let me talk, because let me give you another.
I just put you in the boat,
no,
man.
I
agree with you.
Cataract wave, man. So because we are like that, people must treat us wrong. It don't make no sense, brother.
Yeah.
No, it's
so man, I'm saying to you that we also have to fix up our yard, because one day we will have to get to the president and he will have to tell us why he's interviewed in the English media about 8 players coming to Jamaica to play for Jamaica that were working on their passport, and of those 8 players, 1 in Mikel Antonio. So there's been a slip between the cup and the lip, and we must know what caused not even half of the 8 to turn up. Because Mason Greenwood's name was called in that interview. Mason Holgate's name was called in that interview. Ivan Toney, we were told, working on his Jamaican passport and gone home to play for Jamaica. Isaac Hayden, Mikel Antonio, right? If you can help me with the other 3 coach. Who else was in that interview? Nathan Redman.
Yeah.
Right? And all of these players, 8 months later, only 1. So, I mean, Mannings, I would say to you, I cannot agree with how England is treating the players. I said it speaks to the whole social, economic bias in England. There are racist undertones. There are certainly discriminatory undertones. And I don't know why the JFF wouldn't take it up about discriminating against the country based on its size and its program. How are we to get better if you won't allow us? You know the reason why Jamaica is in the place where it is? If we had access to all our best players from day 1 against Mexico, we would not be in this debacle. Even if it's a 2 more draw, we'd get. Because I guarantee you, if when we went to take off Anthony Grant, if we could have brought on another defensive minded player, but we had them there, so I leave that.
Yeah, man. But respectfully, I'm not going. You see this conversation. I told myself that I am not going to continue in this. Every time a squad is named, like for the entire World Cup campaign, we go back. Respectfully, I'm not going to. We're not going to engage in the conversation.
That
me
what?
personally, about the best players and things, because
no,
I don't.
No. What it's saying is that both England and the Premier League held up against players coming to represent Jamaica turnout at minute 1 of the qualifiers.
No man, I agree with you, no Cataract. What I'm saying, I'm not disputing what you have said.
Okay.
All right, because my issue, I think, it has nothing to do with what you're saying. And let me say it again: the federation has not been doing a good job. All right, now, like people are saying, yeah, we have been a failing nation. Brethren, may I agree with that? Me live in it, me go through it, me understand that. I would never come on any platform and tell anybody, say Jamaica as a nation. It's not just sport feeling in Jamaica. I'm passionate about them things. I'm a country. So when a man go talk like we feel like, who are you comparing us with? Who are you comparing us with? Compare us with similar nations. We are terribly, because that no one here. The narrative is that we understand. Well, I'm not cataract and a human. Some of the time the people them come on the platform and we living at the trenches and we have to deal with the situation. We made a choice instead of living elsewhere, we live in Jamaica and we go through the pain. Tears in my eye, brother. Because I'm tired of the narrative where people come and act like as a third world nation, we are supposed to be like these nations. And if we were not corrupt as a nation, if the football was not corrupt, we'd be qualifying for World Cups. If we were using the players from out of England, we'd be qualifying for World Cup because those are our best players. That narrative is incorrect, brother. There are other things that prevent those things from happening in football. And we need to come to realization as black people that there are powers in this world that control certain things, brother. And them shift narratives and shift goalposts to facilitate what they want to do. Jamaica is not the only third world nation that struggles to qualify. There are other nations with better GDP, better playing fields, and they are still not qualifying. You think it's just down to them? The system is not fair for poor nations or smaller nations, brother.
Yeah.
And we can't go around that.
Go ahead, I said. Go ahead, I said.
Read the Gold Cup thing where a lot of man say Gold Cup not on Euro level and thing. Maybe the type of football it's not on Euro level.
Yeah, then man is not explain that, man.
No, hold on up. I say I sure when a man win Gold Cup, him play in a one cup them called Confederation Cup, which the Gold Cup winner, the Euro winner, the South American winner,
they all
exactly. So when I'm gonna talk and I say but I think it's the media as well, or the man that describe the Gold Cup too, and all them commentate on it. Because if I check all some of the man them report and I say, boy, the Gold Cup are foolishness. When I listen to some ESPN station and all the man them describe the Gold Cup, I think it's the media or them portray the Gold Cup in the CONCACAF region. Because if the Gold Cup is our football, it's CONCACAF football. The South American Championship is CONMEBOL football. Something that the Europe thing is Europe football. But each of these players, when you win, you qualify for the same tournament or not go play in. So for us to say that it is, what the guy said, it is not on these other leagues level, that doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's our football, and we the level that you're talking about, all of us are qualifying for the same tournament.
You're playing ball, said we.
And when you look on it still, well on the CC, when you look on it, I see some persons commenting, Clive Smith, look up yourself, say Mexico and US don't rate the Gold Cup. Yeah, teams might not rate it, our countries might not rate it, but that doesn't mean that they aren't going to be a part of it. And the comparison can be made, but in terms of quality, of course the Euro is better. You know what I mean? The Euros will be better. It probably gets more what you call it, media time than the Gold Cup. So of course they will get more mileage on the Euro.
But there's much more that going to. There's a lot of advertising dollars.
Yeah.
There are $1 billion broadcasting rights. So the Gold Cup is broadcast on ESPN, yes sir. And you can't see it in England, because I'm sure my good friend Richard couldn't see it. While the Euro is broadcast through all 200 countries of the world plus, right?
And
but I wanted to just challenge. I just wanted to challenge management on one thing. Manage, no one can say about what you just said, your whole Martin Luther King, I had a dream speech that you just gave. But with all those things wrong with the system, the JFF is gifted a golden key to unlock Pandora's box and open and unleash on the world. And for ineptitude, xenophobia, I won't call people corrupt because I don't do that lightly. The inability, we have shot ourselves in both feet and in the head. It's not the system can be blamed because we had ample time to prepare. We were the only team in the Gold Cup that never took the Gold Cup for what it was, which should have been preparation for September morning. Right? And I will leave and say the players also have to take responsibility because you know what I check up, coach? I talked about the bonus that the England players get, but I also read that the match fee to play for England is £3,000, which is like, call it 3,500 US. Our players were sticking up the JFF for 10 grand. And you know what else? Coach, you see, and I pay attention, coach.
Yeah, man, me I listen, man.
The 3,000 match fee that the players get is donated to charity.
Mm-hmm.
Good night. The more you read, the more you learn.
Yeah, let me say this, Ketera. Listen, if you're going
and money, this is a final point, and then we'll go back to the other persons to get the final. We have to close up the trip.
So let me say this, people. This
Respect
present,
it. Go ahead, man.
This present campaign, the JFF, the coaches need to take a lot of responsibility, and the government, the government, because it's a pandemic, and we should have managed this better. In fact, I would say since including 1998, which I think we had some things going, all of those campaigns should have been better handled, and we need to do a whole lot better. As a nation, not just in football, the only thing, let me tell you this, the only thing that is hiding track and field, and we're going to start seeing it now, is the success of Usain Bolt, and every now and then we have a star that pop up in it. The moment if Shelley and Fraser Price goes out and Ilian in a couple of years, we could start seeing some of the deeper underlying issue, which is more than a sporting problem we have. Systematically and structurally, there's a problem with our country. And in every aspect of our nation, it is being felt and it is being seen, from the church to the school to sports to governance to financing. We have not yet properly structured our nation to function, so all the different aspects or facets of it can function effectively. And so to ask individual components to fix themselves is an option, but until the nation itself gets fixed, you're going to have problems. There's no way a nation can operate, and sporting groups in the nation don't have enough funding to run our government should be able to build 10 stadiums from some farmer tax since the time that I'm a boy up till now. A man in Westmoreland should never ever in 2021 have to drive to come to Stadium Light up a national stadium. There should be one somewhere else in Jamaica. That's a national problem, not a football problem. Cricket cannot be played at Sabina Park alone. From before me born until now.
There is the Trelawney multi-purpose stadium. But management, I just want to ask you about something.
A multi-purpose.
Remember, I finished.
Yeah, finish. I just
want grass and tree and bush and stone and all of them things. They're multi-purpose.
No. I just want to say to you, you lay the blame at the JFF, the player, the country. What role does Javon East and that shot he missed have to do with all of this. Good night, folks.
All right. CC, your final comment.
Yeah, my final comment is just basically read the whole English thing and the narrative that they're painting. I watch a lot of stuff that you show England where I see how they depict like even border patrol and them thing, but I don't want to go off how they depict people in the Caribbean. You understand? So the image or the context that they view Caribbean people as, and this narrative that the man them a come to Jamaica for come holiday. The man them a come play same football where England are play. Remember, England not winning anything. They haven't won anything for years now. But nobody is saying anything when them choose when Declan Rice chose to play for England other than Ireland, knowing that he might have a chance to win nothing in his career. David Beckham won nothing in his career. Rooney won nothing in his international career. All of these players won nothing in their career, international wise. So the same probability of Jamaica winning the World Cup is the same as England. It's just that England has gone to the World Cup, but they still don't stand a chance of winning it. So to try and stop these players from coming to represent their country are making a choice and victimizing them and hurting them where it counts, playing a psychological battle with these players, especially when they are younger. It is not fair and it should not be happening. And I won't stop until they recognize that it is something wrong. That's my final word.
Richard.
CC, aka Lacazette, fully respect and endorse what you've just said. One of your finest speeches and summations, sir. I can only concur. Man is man, your impassioned plea did not fall on deaf ears. We heard, we will hear again through replays, and we salute your passion for the game. This is a fantastic topic. It's a real topic. It's present. As you alluded to, man is man, this is not coming from today or yesterday, but way back through the likes of Alan Skills, Cole, and Lenny Hyde. This has been an issue in terms of representing one's country and having the right and honor and pride in representing your country, whether they are going to be on the cusp or struggling to make a World Cup tournament, representing at Gold Cup level. It should be a right and a privilege for players to represent their country. Going forward, this is a very real issue. Voices need to be heard, and it will take courage and pride, but I feel that with a strong federation behind us, with a strong fan base, and with a conscious, strong, positive mindset, I think we can go forward, and I want to hear and be here to help promote the best interest of the Jamaican national team. I want the players to feel confident they can go forward and say, yeah, I'm going to represent Jamaica. I'll be taking the flight such and such, and I'll see you soon. We can make it happen, but we have to be positive.
All right. Jerry, anyway, you get to close the show.
Yeah, big up everybody. My name's Man, Cataract, Richard, CC, first time on the panel with alongside your big man. Big up yourself. Look forward to more shows. So people just want to say great show again tonight. And new video dropping tomorrow. We're finally moving in the right direction. Make a big step. All the Barcelona fans. 25 titles, 8 La Liga, 4 European Champions League, 17 seasons. One of the best and most historic players taking charge of Barcelona. So hopefully great things in the near future. Xavi's at the L. Big up Barcelona fans. Coach.
So, yes, so gentle people, big up yourself. Thanks very much for another thrilling and enthralling and robust conversation where the Reggae Boyz is concerned. What a night. Oh, what a night. What a Friday night. Big up to all the people who came on. Big up to Manning's man who I tried to troll me. I might show some things over here, you know. But man, it's not worry yourself. Big up yourself, people. Please remember to support I Am Sure Sports. Just support him. Subscribe to his channel.
I am a Dunkley.
He's doing a whole
Spin
lot
it.
of things. Um, big up to Dre Anywhere people. I dropped Dre Anywhere's link in the comment section. You can also subscribe to his channel. Big up to Richard, the man from Britain. Big up to CC, man who play for Lacazette, look like Lacazette, but yet still is a Chelsea fan. And him is a CC fan, so I don't know all that.
Coach, let him tell you what was on his shirt before him leave, please. Huh?
No, we know why here. We know why here.
I have to watch the replay because I may never pick up on that until you bring it to my attention. I have no idea yet.
Big up yourself, people, all the persons in the comment section, all the silent watchers of the show. Big up yourself. Thank you very much for tuning in. Big up to the persons over there on Facebook. You know what I mean? Big up to Cataract who was on as well. And, you know, we're expecting to have another great 2 nights to go in the Triple Treat. Look out for more interesting topics as we throw them out and as we discuss them and people get, you know, passionate and, you know, the discussion will go on and on and on and on. You know what I mean? I like the vibes. And it's just a style and flavor. So big up yourself, people. Until next time, stay safe. Peace out.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Oh, man.